Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? Hey, Cindy. So today, look, my camera's all off because these dogs be under my desk. We're going to fix that. I'm going to give y'all a little bit of whiplash real quick while I fix that because they're under my desk and causing problems. Hi, how is everybody? Well, we're going to pivot. We're going to do a little pivot. Now, they are in sentencing phase for the Tony Earls trial, and I will pick that up one evening. I'm not sure which evening, but very soon. And also, tomorrow is the Jose Soto Escalera. They start their sentencing phase. But we have a new trial coming up, and it's already started. It started this morning. Y'all know me. We know the verdict of those, so we're just gonna go with that. We'll do their sentencing phase at another time, a little bit further down the road. We're jumping into Missouri. Sorry, I keep saying Missouri. It's Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spence. He plotting parents murder trial is what it's about. I don't know a lot about it. TCN is the one who brought this to me. So with that, I'm going to bring her up on stage. She's going to hang out with us. You ready, TCN? I'm going to pop you up, girl. There she is. Say hi.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, so what we're going to do is she's going to help me with this trial. This is the first one that I've done with anybody. You know, I did with Katya a little bit, but anyways, we won't go there. So she's going to help me out. She also has a dog. So, bark warning. We do have barking in the background. I have separated my two, so hopefully we won't have that problem. We're going to read through a little bit so we know what this trial is about before we actually get started. So with that, I'm going to, we're going to do a different screen. Cindy, how you doing, love? Okay, we're going to switch over to this screen. We're going to put us up top. Okay, so this is Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spence, the plotting the parents' murder trial. We're not going to watch that. We're just going to read through it. Okay, Mississippi man standing on trial on charges he murdered his daughter's boyfriend during a robbery. Jeffrey Spence facing murder charges in the death of Kirby Carpenter. Hey, beginner. I'm going to read through this, guys. So y'all give me a minute. I probably won't be talking, saying, look, there's indie girls in here too. It's a new trial, guys. So I'm going to read through it so we know kind of what we're getting into before we actually get started. Okay. Jeffrey Spence is facing murder charges in the death of Kirby Carpenter, who was found dead outside his home. Prosecutors say he plotted with his wife and their daughter, Caitlin Spence, who was dating the victim. Caitlin previously pleaded guilty to a charge of accessory to murder as part of his agreement with prosecutors that require her to testify against her parents. Karen initially was scheduled to stand trial with her husband, but she also pled guilty one day before jury selection to accessory to grand larceny after the fact and was sentenced to 10 years. Caitlin called 911 to report finding Carpenter's body on December 2nd, 2022. Investigators say he was murdered days before, on November 30th, 2022. Carpenter's body was found outside near a shed with curtain rods covering his body. Toolbox was also found left on top of his body. First responders noted drag marks between Carpenter's body and a pool of blood. Carpenter was described as a businessman. He was known to carry large amounts of his money, and his mother told officers that he always had a bag with him containing $200,000 to $300,000 in cash, silver, or gold. When Carpenter was found, he had $2,868 cash on him. So, with that, we're going to jump over here into trial. And so, TCN, if you need me to stop, just holler and we'll stop, we'll pause. Anything you want to add before we get started?
No. I think this is going to be a good trial.
Because I don't know anything about this trial, so I'm intrigued. I'm ready. So
I don't know why he thinks he's going to get off easier than the other two.
Yeah, because that's what I was reading was the wife took a plea deal. And the daughter. So
what makes him think he's getting special? Well, we'll find out.
We'll find out. So let's roll. Let's see what's going on.
Court's instructions not to discuss the case and not let anyone discuss the cases with them. Not to form expressing opinions.
Okay, boosting the sound, guys. Hold on.
Good thing I wasn't wearing headphones.
Yeah, you didn't have your headphones on for that one. Let me boost the sound. Hang on. Okay, here we go.
Or to investigate the case anyway. If I forget to ask you when you come back from breaks and lunch and evenings, if you ever have any problems in that regard, please bring it to my attention. This may be the only time we start on time this week, but we're going to do our best to start as
okay, we're not going to start on time.
Okay. I gave you the court's instructions yesterday, I believe, and gave you your oath. So let's anybody. Also, I'll let you know I've double enforced this camera people, reminded them that they're not to show any of y'all on camera at any time. I've also told them not to do any close-ups of any client and attorney communications or any close-ups of any documents that may be on your desk. So they've been instructed on that. If everybody's ready, why don't we have your opening statement for the state, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Please report. Good morning. I didn't have a chance to say much today. My name is David Ingram. Judge did me as evidence District Carpenter for our service. Your neighboring district here at Tippah. Purpose of the session is influencing the sentence data of our case we'll present today. You're the trier of fact. That means you're going to hear all of the evidence presented by the state and the evidence presented by the defense. You are the judge of the witnesses' credibility. You determine if they're credible or not. I expect that you're going to hear evidence from the state in the form of testimonial evidence. You're going to hear from law enforcement officers from Tippah County. You're going to hear testimony from Smith County, Virginia sheriff's deputies that work on the status. You're going to see physical evidence. You're going to see phone dumps. You're going to see other documents, other physical evidence in this case. Based on all the evidence, you deliberate that they all have consideration and apply to the law as the judge will instruct you in the case. First question is, who is Kirby Carpenter? That's why we're here. He died on November 30th of 2022. He was the father of 2 children, Towns and the Knowles. He was a son to Maddie Jane and Jerry. He was a brother to 2 sisters, Casey and Wendy, and a brother to 3 other brothers. He was a Marine Corps veteran. He was a musician, an outdoorsman, an entrepreneur, a business owner. He owned a company called Mississippi Gold, Silver, and Coin Exchange in Ripley. I think the testimony is going to be that he was a self-made man, and by all accounts, he was financially successful. He was only 36 years old when he died. Kirby was gunned down with a shotgun in his carport at his home on County Road 600 in Tippah County on November 30th of 2022, approximately 7 p.m. He suffered wounds to his neck and chest. The physical evidence will show that his body, after he was shot, was dragged from the carport to the side of the house, at which time a curtain or a tarp was placed over him, secured by a toolbox out of a pickup truck. We will prove that the person responsible for this murder is Jeff Spence, the man sitting right over there. What was his motive? It's an old story: money, greed. Caitlin Spence is the daughter of Jeff and Karen Spence. She moved to Mississippi to attend Mississippi State University, and when that ended, she moved to Boonville to work at Tractor Supply. Kirby owned a liquor store in Boonville that was close in proximity to Tractor Supply, and they met and started a relationship. They moved in together. In 2021, Caitlin became pregnant with a Knowles. She was born in July of 2022. I believe the evidence will show that Caitlin's parents, Jeff and Karen, came to Mississippi to help with Enola in July of 2022. The Spences lived in a little town called Saltville, Virginia, which is in southwest Virginia. Now, throughout this case, I want you to pay attention to the timeline. The timeline is critical in this case. The families spent Thanksgiving together in 2022. The evidence will show that the Spences, Jeff and Karen, left on November 29th, early in the afternoon, one day before Kirby's murder. On November 30th, Caitlin got up early to go to work. Kirby was still asleep in bed. Caitlin got up and she drove her daughter Enola to her friend Bailey Reese's house in Boonville for her to keep while Caitlin was at work. And throughout the afternoon, you'll see that Caitlin and Kirby exchanged text messages. Kirby's last text, the last communication from his phone, was at 6:37 p.m. on November 30th. He had been to Kroger in Corinth, and the last text he was passing Gino's tire store in Boonville. Caitlin asked him, where is he? He's at Gino's. He's headed home. It's probably about a 10 to 15 minute drive from Gino's in Boonville to Kirby's home on County Road 600. So he's going to get home about 7 o'clock. And again, critical to this is there are no more communications coming from Kirby after 6:37. You've got people trying to text him, you've got people trying to call him with no response. So he goes dark after 6:37. The remainder of the night, November 30th, Caitlin is texting him, where are you? Apparently they've been in some kind of tiff. Argument, weren't getting along, and she's, trying to get him, okay, I'm going to bed. This continues the next day, which is on Thursday, which is December 1st, 30 days in November. Where are you? I need you home, et cetera, et cetera. No response. Again, there's no activity on Kirby's phone. This continues to the 1st and up until 12:30 on the 2nd. Which was a Friday. At 12:30, Caitlin discovered Kirby's body underneath the tarp and the toolbox. She was on the phone with Maddie Jane, who is Kirby's mother, and she called 911, and the investigation ensued from that point. When Caitlin arrived home on the night of the 30th, Kirby's truck was in the driveway. It was locked. The groceries he had purchased from Kroger were still in there, but no Kirby. So, according to Karen and Jeff, they came back to Mississippi on Saturday, December 3rd. The funeral was December 17th of 2022. They went back to Virginia, all three, on December 20th. The investigation by the Tippah County Sheriff's Department showed that the security cameras had been disabled. You'll hear evidence about a satchel of money that Kirby commonly carried around, well known, was missing. And the .22 pistol that he commonly carried in his pocket was also missing. Ironically, 1 year later, November 30th of 2023, the Spences were arrested in Virginia by officers from Smith County. They found keys on Mr. Spence to several lock boxes, storage units, etc. And those lock boxes and storage units were searched pursuant to search warrants. And in those lock boxes, we contend, were items that belonged to Kirby Carpenter. Jeff Spence had the motive. Jeff Spence pulled the trigger. Jeff Spence murdered Kirby Carpenter. His defense is he wasn't there. We will prove otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, so all I really learned out of that is it was actually November 30th that he passed away. He was 36 years old. It happened about 7 p.m. is what they're thinking. And he had wounds to the neck, chest, and he was drunk, and he had curtain rods thrown on top of him, and the motive is money and greed. So, good. I'm on the way to Grandma, so I'll have you in my ear. All right. Listen to us while we listen.
Okay. Grandma?
Grandma, that's Hio. Hio takes care of her grandma. Hio takes care of her
okay.
That's what she's talking about.
I was like, what?
No, she takes care of grandma, so that's why she's not around a lot during the day. She does good. So, okay. So now we're going to...
I wonder if she likes Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, I have no clue.
They got a real strong Mississippi accent.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Hope y'all are well this morning. Jeff Spence hasn't killed anybody, and he is chosen in this case. He's selected to be the criminal defendant. And because he's selected to be the criminal defendant, the accused person, the state of Mississippi has gone through all sorts of contortions and changes of pace.
I will find out.
That's what I'm doing.
Are you looking up? Okay.
To make the evidence fit Jeff Spence. It's kind of like trying to put a square peg into a round hole. That's what they've been trying to do for a year and a half. Mr. Mueller wants you to pay attention to the timeline. I certainly do. Spences were with their daughter in Tippah County for several months in 22. I'd been visiting there off and on for a year and a half or 2 years, but after the baby was born in July 22, they spent much more time here helping their daughter in the first month.
Well, she was born in July prior to his murder.
They were here until November the 29th, as Mr. Mueller told you, and they left at about 3 p.m. Where they live in Virginia, it's not an afternoon's drive. It's 10 hours. They drove 10 hours home. 3 hours of the morning they arrive, get some rest, and the next day they're doing things at their property, their home, that have been neglected for weeks. Spent the day there at their home. The government says, well, let me back up. This case is based on government theory, not government evidence. There is no evidence, none, zero, that Jeff Spence was at Kirby Carpenter's house on November 30th. I don't dispute that that's the day he died. I just dispute who did it. Obviously somebody was there, knew that he would be there. Jeff Spence didn't know that. One of the things you're going to learn about Kirby Carpenter, you're going to learn a lot more than Mr. Mueller told you. He wasn't just a businessman that takes the ring. He was a drug dealer, and he was a stolen gun runner. You get that from some...
Sir, are they saying bad things about the deceased person? He was a drug dealer, a stolen gun runner? Hold the phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't just...
They drug his name through the mud.
He was a drug dealer, and he was a stolen gun runner. You get that from some witnesses right here. And
he had a son too.
When he was killed on November 30th,
and they had his wife mentioned in the obituary, even though she killed him.
Say that again?
The lady that offed him was also mentioned in the obituary as the surviving spouse.
No joke. And he has another son.
Yes, he has another son with another woman.
In Virginia, 10 hours away. The government's first theory, trying to put him in this square hole, said that, well, he never left. He and his wife didn't leave Mississippi. They went to Alabama, got a motel room, and came back. They couldn't develop any evidence for that. So what did they do? They trashed it. And the next theory, not fact, next theory was that Mrs. Spence, who was severely ill, drove herself back to Virginia on November 29th, 10 hours. And that Jeff Spence stayed behind. Where? They don't have any evidence of where. They don't have any evidence at all. That's theory. And the theory is that he hid out and killed Kirby Carpenter. Now, they couldn't make that fly because if that were the case, Jeff Spence is standing up here in Tippah County, Mississippi, afoot, with no way to get back to Virginia. Well, that wasn't going to fly either. So they trashed it. Third theory is that he drove from Mississippi 10 hours to Virginia, wee hours of the morning, gets some rest, turns right around, and comes back to Mississippi for 10 hours. An almost 70-year-old man driving 20 hours in 24 hours. Hid out and killed Kirby Carpenter. And then 10 hours back to Virginia. It's not plausible. It doesn't fly. As they used to say in West Point, Mississippi, that dog doesn't lie. That is not based on any fact. None. It's based on their theory trying to make a round peg go into a square hole. And it just doesn't fly. One of the things you need to know about Kirby Carpenter, and you'll get it from people on the witness stand. Kirby lived a very self-centered, independent life. Kirby lived life on his terms. He wasn't telling you where he's going tomorrow. He didn't want you to know his schedule. He didn't have a schedule a lot of times. And he was known. Kirby might leave tomorrow, come back Saturday. You never knew. He was that independent. He didn't want anybody telling him what to do. Just think about how foolish it is for the government to take a position on their theory that Jeff Spence would drive 10 hours to Virginia, 10 hours back to Mississippi. How in the hell is somebody going to see Kirby Carpenter? You know what Kirby Carpenter's schedule was. Coming all that way just on the chance that he might encounter him? Does that make sense? I say no. No. And the government has Kirby's cell phone. The government has Jeff's cell phone, or had it. They do what's called an analysis of the phone. In my profession, we call it a dump. They're just downloading information. And a lot of times it's thousands and thousands of calls, text messages, whatever. If you take that cell phone of Kirby Carpenter's and you analyze it, you'll see that there was no contact from Jeff Spence to Kirby Carpenter. You're going to be around? I'll see you there about 6:30. Okay. No back and forth. None. No communication. No evidence.
Sir, calm down.
Look at Jeff Spence's phone. You find the same thing. There's no communication. And they want you to believe, and we're going to nail this down with their witnesses. They want you to believe that he went to Virginia for 10 hours, drove back 10 hours, killed somebody, drove back to Virginia in 10 hours, all on the chance that he might encounter Kirby Carpenter. It just doesn't fly. Okay? This case went on for a year. The government didn't know who to charge. And they ended up charging the arrest warrant for Jeff Spence was November the 30th, actually 1 year after Kirby's death. And that warrant was, they hadn't developed any evidence of of Jeff's being president of Mississippi, back and forth, nothing. A couple of things I want you to listen to. The warrant that was issued for Jeff's arrest was based on information that a career criminal named David Barnes conjured up to get himself some sort of break from the government, because David Barnes is a career criminal. He's facing life in prison. He's in jail in Tippah County right now with some special breaks because he's now their trustee. David Barnes knows how the system is played. He's facing life imprisonment as a career criminal. Habitual is what we call it in Mississippi. And he gave a statement on November the 3rd, 2022, after he was arrested yet again for a series of burglaries, break-ins, and thefts. David has a fondness for stealing your stuff, selling it at a pawn shop. As a matter of fact, pawn shop is his nickname because that's what he does. He steals your stuff and sells it at pawn shops. And he'd already been to prison for doing that years ago. And he got arrested in 2022. Well, let me back up. He worked also, David worked for Kirby Carpenter. When Kirby was found, one of the most decent people that law enforcement talked to was David Barnes. David Barnes didn't give any statements about anybody. He just denied knowledge of everything. And then in 2023, David Barnes gets talked to again by Chris McAllister, Tippah law enforcement. Doesn't say anything about Jeff Spence or anything. He gets talked to again in 2023 about Kirby's case. Again, doesn't say anything incriminating to anybody. Now, November the 3rd of 2023, David gets arrested for 4 more break-ins. 4 more break-ins. And that's when David is sadly enough with the criminal justice system in Tippah County to know that, holy cow, I'm in a whole bunch of trouble. So David makes up a story about something that he heard at Kirby's funeral that Caitlin, that's Kirby's girlfriend, something that Caitlin said at the funeral, incriminating herself and her father. It took him a year to come up with that. He came up with it because David is sadly covering his tail end, so to speak, getting some sort of benefit, some sort of relief. I'll tell you a story about it in just a minute. And that's the evidence that they were flying on. When I got involved in this case, that was their evidence. It's what David Barnes said. David Barnes is not credible. He's simply not credible. And later, recently this year, Caitlin, who felt like she needed to get herself out of trouble, get herself back with her baby, gave a statement to law enforcement. And part of that statement was, David Barnes is a liar. What David Barnes said, I said at the funeral home, is a lie. He's simply making it up. And that's in keeping with David Barnes's personality and his temperament. when he gets himself in trouble, he tries to do something to alleviate the trouble. And I'll tell you this, David Barnes one time stole a church's money. He stole the money from the church at Faulkner up in Tippah County. And to cover his tracks, to help himself out, you know what he did? He tried to burn the church down and burn all the evidence. He went to prison for that. The notion that you're going to hear what Caitlin has to say, I'm telling you, it's all contrived to get herself out of the focus. She's the one who lived with her, not Jeff Spence, not Karen Spence. Caitlin was the one in the house. She was the one who was there. And she was in this house November 29th, 30th, December 1st, December 2nd. And for some reason it took her 4 days to go find, 3 days to go find Kirby's body. That's something you'll have to determine whether or not she's credible. But you will hear, in this case, evidence of text messages between Karen, the mother, Caitlin, the daughter, on November 30th, clearly putting Jeff Spence at home in Virginia. Not in Mississippi. When he's in Virginia, he's cooking a meal for the family. He's not on his way to Mississippi. They want you to think 10 hours up, 10 hours back. No. November 30th, Jeff Spence was at his home, taking care of his business, taking care of his relationship with his wife, minding their own business. And as we go through this case, bear in mind, there's no evidence, no hard, direct evidence putting Jeff Spence where they want him to be, where they're trying to make you think he was. No fault. They say that when they searched the safe deposit box in Virginia, they found Jeff Spence's collection of stuff. I mean, he's been, what Kirby was doing in terms of what I told you yesterday, I call collectible. Jeff's been doing it since Kirby was not even out of diapers. How long Jeff's been collecting coins, medals, and that's it. Kirby was a baby. And they do find in this safety deposit box some things that Jeff had gotten from her. He bought from her. They did business together. Not all the time. Jeff did business with a lot of people. But he did business with Kirby, and I can't tell you exactly what everything was in that box he had bought from Kirby. But he did. He had a relationship, a business relationship with Kirby, not just a family relationship. One of the things I want you to focus on is when Kirby's body was found, they said it's like found, okay, they said it's like law enforcement then floods the place, okay? Chris McAllister, who was a case agent, I think, in this case, he's a deputy sheriff investigator in Tippah County. I think he's going to be the first man. Kirby had a room in his house that everybody called the safe room. When I say safe room, I don't mean a place you hid in tornadoes. A room full of safes. I don't know, the wall covered in safes. Had stuff in it. Now, if Jeff was the killer on November the 30th in the evening when he was at home in Virginia, and if what was in his safe deposit box came from Kirby, you would think there would be some damage to those safes. Some crime or motive, breaking the locks. There's no evidence of that. Whoever killed Kirby whoever killed Kirby wanted to kill Kirby. And Kirby, I told you, meth dealer, pill dealer, gun dealer. Kirby lived a high risk and dangerous lifestyle. And he was in a dispute almost completely daily with somebody about usually money. Sold a liquor store to the guy, and I've subpoenaed that guy, but I can't find him. And that guy had made a verbal threat to Kirby shortly before Kirby's death. Kirby was threatened the year before by another Tippah County resident with whom he had a business dispute over $2,500. Got threatened to shoot him in the face and crying out loud, or haul him out in the street and Ripley and beat him to death in the streets. Kirby, just recently, before he was killed, sold some lab diamonds, fake diamonds, to a Chattanooga diamond dealer. Ripped him off, passed off the diamonds as real, and they weren't. He was dealing with meth dealers, even at his house, Lake Mohawk, at various parking lots. They had a gang in Memphis that they dealt with basically regularly. So, pay attention to all these details. Just bear in mind that the government's burden is to prove to you that Jeff did business with Kirby. I admit that, he did. But business with a lot of people. Make the government prove to you that Jeff Spence was at County Road 600, Tippah County, Mississippi, on November the 30th, at whatever time they say, 7 or 8 p.m. I can prove it to you, but beyond a reasonable doubt, that to your individual satisfaction. And I'll be revisiting all these facts with you as we go through the next. Thanks.
All right, everybody good on the jury? Hood State College's first witness.
Chris McAllister.
All right. Somebody find Mr. McAllister. If anybody wants to come in now, they can anyway.
And we have the luxury of Zoom. So while we wait for Mr. McAllister.
I'm an investigator,
That's who you are.
Chris McAllister.
And what do you do?
I'm an investigator with Tippah County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been an investigator with the Tippah County Sheriff's Department?
Over the years, probably since 1995, off and on.
As an investigator or just in law enforcement in general?
In general, law enforcement, but at the same time, I pretty much investigated off and on my whole career.
In Tippah County your whole life?
No.
All right, tell the jury about that.
I've been there probably since 1991. My father was a preacher and we moved around a lot, so.
Okay. So in 91 you moved to Ripley?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Were you in law enforcement before then?
No.
How old were you in 91?
20, I mean, I think.
You know they're going to be a math test.
22, I think 22 or 23.
22 years old?
Yeah, 22 or 23.
And have you always been, when you got into law enforcement with Tippah County Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, when I started out, I was actually in college and did an internship class through the Sheriff's Department. That's how I came to work here.
All right. How many sheriffs have you worked for?
I think 5,
Okay. Been involved in investigations most of that time?
most of the time.
How many murder cases do you think you've investigated?
Myself, probably 8 or 9.
Okay. How many times have you ever testified in court on criminal cases like this?
Probably over 100 anyway.
Okay. Now, as well as being the investigator with Tippah County Sheriff's Department, what was your position in November of 2022?
Investigator.
Any other roles with the Tippah County Sheriff's Department?
At that time, I don't think so.
All right. After that, became chief deputy. at some point?
Well, right now, I'm pretty much acting that right now.
Is that microphone on?
I don't know. It is. I hear it moving.
Can you get it a little closer?
I can. Is that better?
I don't know.
Dude, we hear you fine.
Oh.
I don't know who this guy is, but he needs to lay off. We can hear this guy fine.
Try to talk louder. Sorry.
That's okay.
On that.
All right. So in November of 2022, were you also the coroner?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes,
That's all
I
right.
was.
You coroner for Tippah County?
Yes.
How long had you been coroner for Tippah, or how long have you been coroner for Tippah County?
About 9 years.
Okay. Elected position?
Yes.
All right. What are your duties as a coroner?
To investigate deaths, determine the cause of death and whether it's natural or not.
All right. If you're called out as an investigator to a death, how do you?
I try to keep it separate.
All right.
As much as I can.
Now, did you know Kirby Carpenter
I did.
prior to November of 2020?
I did.
How did you know him?
I just knew who he was, and he knew who I was. It was basically handshake, how you been doing, and that was about it.
Was he, for lack of a better way to put it, well-known in Tippah County and Ripley?
I'd say so, yes.
And why is that?
Because he did a lot of dealing in precious metals and had a little pawn shop. Well, he didn't like the word pawn shop, they said.
Yeah.
He had a store there in town that, on the square, that he did a lot of business out of.
Right across from the courthouse?
Yes.
Did you run into him just like you would anybody that had a well-known established business?
Yeah, pretty much. Just might bump into him every now and then.
Did you know who his people were?
I didn't really know them.
Not at the time.
Not at the time.
Okay. Now, did you know prior to November of 22, any other ventures that Kirby Carpenter would have been involved in?
No, he had opened a liquor store up in Ripley whenever they finally voted liquor in.
So,
I did that for a few years, and I believe he sold the liquor store and then had bought another one in Boonville. And I think
I know, I did.
at the time he was killed, he had pretty much sold it also.
okay. All right, now tell the jury about how you became aware that Kirby Carpenter had been killed.
I was driving to Walnut actually to pick something up on my lunch break. I received a phone call. I think I received two, one from Keith Bullock, who was the school resource officer that day, and Sheriff Gillardy called me as well. Advised me I needed to come out to Kirby Carpenter's house, gave me the address. As soon as I, got back. So I finished doing what I was going to do, went back to the house, changed out vehicles, and then went straight out there.
Okay. Do you know what day that was on?
On Wednesday, it was on Friday, December the 2nd.
Do you know what time you got?
Y'all, it's those accents, okay? This is Mississippi, so it's the accents. Y'all gonna have to be, oh, it's in October. Okay, Christine, I'm gonna have to look into it. For some reason, I thought it was now. Yeah, so yeah, it is a big Mississippi Southern drawl. Hey, TCN, real quick, I'm gonna bring you up just to help you out next time. If you look down here at the bottom of your screen, you'll see one that looks like a microphone and one that looks like a webcam, a little camera. If you just click the web camera, boom, it takes your screen off.
Is it off?
Nope, you're still on.
Okay, click the camera.
Click the little camera picture, and it'll take your screen off. See?
Oh, okay.
But I can still hear you.
The three dots.
Yeah, no, I can still hear you.
Kicking me off.
Right, I can still hear you. So you'll have to click the microphone also to mute yourself. That's the only other way. Give me just a second. I got a phone call. I'm gonna hit play on this. So y'all, go for it.
That call?
Sometime after 12:30.
Okay. So Friday, December 2nd, around 12:30 midday, you receive a call from Keith Bullock and Sheriff Gillard.
Yes.
And they notified you that Kirby Carpenter had been killed. Did you know where his home was?
I did not.
They
I
gave you
didn't
the
know where it
address?
was. They gave me the address.
All right. And so you were on that Friday driving your washer to Walnut to get repaired?
Yeah, that was actually my washing machine that torn up, and I went to Walnut. There's a store there that sells washing machines, so I went over to pick a washing machine up on my lunch break.
You were picking it up, took it back home?
Yes.
Reported to
Correct.
Kirby Carpenter's home?
Yes.
Do you know that address?
6071 County Road 600, Boonville.
Okay.
Boonville's gonna be a Tippah County address. Some of the addresses out there are Ripley addresses, some of them are Boonville addresses, and some of them are Baldwin addresses. They several
When
different.
you're close to the line, sometimes they call it the address for a town that's in the
Close
other
by,
county.
correct.
But at that location, at that address, where you reported to, where you found the crime scene, was that in Tippah County,
It was,
state of Mississippi?
it was.
Okay. How long did it take you to get from when you received the call to when you arrived on the scene?
Probably, just estimate, probably 45 minutes.
Okay. Do you know what time you arrived at the scene,
I don't exactly.
approximately?
One something, probably 1:20. I don't know for sure.
Okay. When you arrived, what did you observe?
When I arrived, several of the deputies were there, the sheriff was there, several other individuals was present. I parked and walked up there, told Deputy Bullock to kind of keep everybody at the bottom of the driveway. Went up there and talked to Carl Gillard, the sheriff. I think Josh Bateman was there, used to be an investigator with us. And a couple other people, they directed me over to where the body was.
Okay.
When I got to where the body was, I observed Mr. Carpenter laying on his back, had a curtain covered up over him, and a truck toolbox laying on top of the curtain.
Okay. I'm going to back up just a little bit.
Okay.
Were you able to, or were you aware that a 911 call had been made?
Yes,
All right. Were you made aware who made that call?
yes.
And who made that call?
Caitlin Spence.
And when you arrived on the scene, was that person identified to you?
Yes,
So Caitlin Spence was there.
at the scene, correct.
Okay. John, if I could have this marked for ID. Yes, sir. It's gonna be nine. Gonna hand you what's been, I'm sorry. Gonna hand you what's marked as Exhibit 1 for ID. You
Yes,
recognize that?
I do.
Have you reviewed the contents of that
I have.
jump drive?
I have.
Does it accurately depict 911 call?
It did when I listened to it, yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask this be received into evidence.
I'm not sure I understand what it is.
Permission to publish.
Okay. Everybody good on the jury? I told y'all yesterday, if you ever need a break, get my attention, I mean it. I don't want anybody to uncomfortable, okay?
While they're setting that up, I want to review again with you who was present. Was Keith Bullock there?
He was.
And Keith Bullock was the constable?
Yeah, he is the constable, but he works as a school resource officer, a deputy through us, assigned to Pine Grove School.
So if you just explain to the jury, if a 911 call comes in, if somebody calls 911, where does that phone call go? And what happens from a law enforcement standpoint once that call is made?
Usually whenever they call 911, our phone system like backs up several seconds before it starts, answering. I don't understand how it does that, but it does. It goes into our 911 system. Once it comes into there, the dispatcher will give us our call of what the best they can find out what's going on and then dispatch an officer out to the scene.
All right. So the dispatch went out to anybody nearby as well.
Yes,
Is it your understanding that Keith Bullock was the first to arrive at the scene?
he was.
Law enforcement wise?
He was. The school's not real far, probably maybe a couple of miles from where he lives,
Okay.
where Kirby lived, I'm sorry.
All right. You say the Sheriff Gallard was there when you arrived?
He was.
All right. Who is he? Who is he?
Carl Gillard, the sheriff.
All right. How long has he been sheriff?
I think this is his fourth term.
Fourth term?
I believe that's right.
Had the scene been roped off already when you got out?
When I got there, it was.
All right. And you said that Caitlin Spence was identified.
Yes,
Were you able to determine her relationship to the victim as part
Yes.
of your investigation?
yes.
Can you tell the jury who that is?
Kirby's girlfriend that lived there with him.
All right. Were you able to determine how long she had lived there with Kirby?
I'm thinking since, and I may be wrong on this, it's several years.
Several years?
Several years, maybe 2019 for some reason I'm thinking, but I'm not sure.
Were you able to determine whether they had any children together?
Yes,
All right. How old was that child? And
I think the child was about 3 months old.
what's the child's name?
Enola,
Okay. Were you able to identify Dwayne Jones?
yes.
Who is Dwayne Jones?
Maddie Jane Jones, who's Kirby's mother, it's her husband.
Okay. And he was there.
Yes.
All right. Do you know how it came to be as part of your investigation that Dwayne Jones was present when at the time you arrived?
I was told later on by Maddie Jane that she had called Dwayne because he was a lot closer. She knew something was going on at Kirby's, but wasn't sure what, and told him to get over there fast.
All right. So on the 911 tape, you're going to hear the dispatcher's voice, Caitlin's voice.
Okay, wait, let me say this. So Caitlin was his girlfriend, the baby mama, and she gets a 20-year suspended sentence because she's going to testify against her dad, and she gets to go and spend the next lifetime with the child of the man that was murdered. Am I following this? You're muted, TCN. Am I following this? Yes?
Oh, I know this case is something else.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I'm following the bouncing ball here.
Yeah, because had it not been for her gonna testify against him, he probably would have gotten a sweet deal too.
Right.
But I wanted to tell you something. So I was watching another YouTuber today, and he bought a house in Pennsylvania the same day he got arrested for this crime.
Oh, wow. And that was Cindy's asking, do we know if she has the child?
I assume so.
I'm assuming so. She got a 20-year suspended sentence.
Yeah, she didn't. She got probation. I think the mom got even less than that.
No, the mom got 10 years in prison with a 5 years probation.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
this one didn't even get any prison time. Okay.
And she's the one that walked past the body and said she never seen him.
Yeah, and she's the one that okay. So we're gonna hear
Okay.
the 911 call. Okay. All right. I'm ready to go back to muting and listening.
And later on, Dwayne Jones.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that he arrived during that 911 call?
Yes.
Okay. And Dwayne Jones married to Maddie Jones,
Yes.
and Maddie Jones is
Kirby's mother.
Kirby's mother.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Play the first one. All right, before you play that,
Yeah,
I wanted to back up.
Y'all know that
You had said something about when somebody places that 911 call, even before the dispatcher answers that call, the conversation, the The phone call is being recorded.
Yes.
Okay.
County Road what? What county road are you on? Ma'am? What county road are you on? I understand 1671, what county road are you on? Okay, what's going on there? What's going on? Ma'am, what's going on? Ma'am? Hello? Hello?
All right. If I can ask questions while it's being played. Now, when you heard the dial tone, if anybody who had placed that call said anything or made any noise,
I didn't hear anything till the answer.
but you would have been able to hear it.
Yes.
And then later, you heard the dispatcher ask about the location and tried to find out what was going on.
Yes.
Correct. And they were able to determine the location.
Eventually, I believe so.
All right. Now, and you can play it. Anything about that area? Anything about that area that may have affected the signal?
There's very little service there.
Is that what it sounded like to you?
I don't know, it sounded like it was the clear line, but it just, nobody would say anything till they answered. It's what it sounded like to me.
Okay. All right. Did the person call back after it lost signal there?
Yes.
All right, play the second.
Okay, what's going on there? You want to take a deep breath of conversation, right? Are you being aggressive or wrong? This ain't working. Let's take a deep breath of conversation, okay? Take a deep breath.
I know it's very difficult to understand. I can hear the lady on the phone tell her to take a deep breath and stuff like that, but the girl on the other end is just crying, and so we just got to bear through it, guys. Okay, here we go. This is also a small town, and this is me commenting. I hear church bells. Definitely small. While she's on 911, I'm hearing church bells in the background. Okay.
Are you coming back away? Okay, what is your name, Mom? Man, there is your way, okay? Just take a deep breath. Man, take a deep breath, okay? Start. Right. You can be back over So are y'all outside? Yeah, don't move, Okay. Well, that's the reason we're on, other people are coming, okay? All right. Okay, so I'm just gonna wait for you there, okay? Alright. Yeah, there's more else coming, but y'all can speak with you.
All right, so the first voice was Caitlin, the female voice,
Yes.
and she was able to provide some useful information about location for law enforcement to show up.
Yes.
Now, even under the best of conditions, when you listen to it, you're able to hear more information than we were able to hear in open court. We know this courtroom acoustically is not suited for being able to hear as much as you could if you were in your office.
Yes.
But we were still able to make out some things. Toward the end, you had already told the jury that Dwayne had shown up,
Yes.
Maddie's husband.
Yes.
Was he able to provide more information to
He
the
was.
dispatcher?
He was.
And did he describe where Kirby was?
He did.
What did he say?
I said he was outside on the ground with a toolbox on top of him.
All right. Now, I'm going to have you look at 832. All right. Collective exhibit for ID 2. Have you seen these before?
I photographed him.
All right, you made these photographs.
I did.
And I'm just going to flip through them real quick. Have you seen each and every photo
I have.
that I'm showing you?
Yes.
Do they accurately depict what you observed and took photographs of
They do.
on December 2nd, 2022?
They do.
Okay. All right. I'm going to have you look at the very first one now that we've gone through all of them. 2A through 2T. 2A through T. I would ask that they be received into evidence. Yes, sir.
2A through 2T will be,
All right, I'm going to hand you 2A, and we're going to try to project that image on the TV so everybody can see it. Can you see the image on the TV?
I can.
All right. Tell the jury what that is, what you observed.
That's a picture of Kirby Carpenter's house.
All right. Now, anything else of significance for the jury?
His truck's parked right there in the very front part of the driveway on the side.
All right, and I believe it was later determined that that truck was locked.
It was.
All right, and groceries inside
Yes.
in the grocery bag.
Yes.
All right, door locked. Were you ever able to find the keys to that truck?
It was in the key fob was in his pocket.
Okay, good deal. All right, anything else?
You can see the cover where his body was, but it was on the other side of the coverall from the side that it shows.
All right, show me what you mean.
All right, this is one side of the coverall. The other side of the coverall garage is where his body was, right over there.
Okay. So the coverall is that gray shed,
Yes.
and if I put the jury right about this building right here,
Yes.
or shed,
It is.
and you're saying the body was found on this side of the house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Can you tell the jury what the ground was, what the conditions were like?
The ground was wet
Okay.
when we
Why?
were there. I believe it had rained the day before,
Okay.
the best I can remember, but
Still kind of saturated?
it was still wet, yes.
Spongy?
Yes.
All right.
It was November, so
All right, any objection to you ask to be admitted?
It already has, it's just gonna get marked.
You do your best. All right,
Is that okay?
that's fine.
All right. All right, looking at 2AA, is there any way you can zoom that out, make that image bigger? Yeah, there you go. All right, looking at 2AA, can you orient the jury to this photograph?
Yes, that's looking back from the corner of Kirby's truck back toward the carport door that was open.
Is it underneath that coverall?
That's under the one side of the coverall.
All right, down on the right bottom, looks like a vintage car.
Yes,
All right. And was Kirby known to be, buying and selling, horse trading and buying cars?
yes, sir.
All right. Now, the truck there, did you know that to be Kirby's truck?
I didn't at the time.
All right. All right, looking at 2B, can you see that on the screen?
Yes,
All right, in relation to the image that we just saw, can you orient the jury to this photograph?
from where I just took the other picture, I take several steps to the right, and then that was the other side of the coverall garage.
All right. Now, there's a car on the right side of that image.
Yes,
What is that?
that's another vehicle that Kirby had.
All right, it's got a rack on top.
It does,
Then you just see, what's that out there?
side by side.
All right, here's this, what are these over here on this part of the coverall?
There was toolboxes that were stacked up, 3 left stacked, and then 1 on top of his body.
And just some other property? Can you identify any of that? It's not important.
Just odds and ends out there, nothing that was really significant to me.
Odds and ends everywhere, right?
Yes, everywhere.
Buckets, and then what is this right here?
4-wheeler,
Okay, 4-wheeler, and that's called a side by side?
side by side, yes.
And then this right here, behind the 4-wheeler, is that a vintage car?
Yes, it is.
You know what kind it is?
I do not, I don't remember.
What is this right here?
Lawnmower seat.
You know what kind of lawnmower that is with that X right there?
I think it's the X mark.
X mark?
I think that's right.
All right, so this part of the house right here, if I go this way, where am I going?
Back toward the carport,
Back toward the
open
carport,
garage.
driveway, where Kirby's truck was.
Yes.
Locked with the key in it, and the groceries still, where were the groceries in the truck?
Passenger side floorboard front.
All right. I'm going to hand you to C. Looking at that photo, can you orient the jury based on the other photographs we've seen?
It's just a closer shot from a different angle from the last picture where the toolbox was on top of it.
And it looks like that other picture was taken from this vantage point.
Yes, sir, it was.
It looks like you moved over here and looking back at Kirby's truck and took this picture.
I did.
All right, there's the vintage car.
content warning. It's not popping up for me, but I'm going to do a media. Okay. Hold up. Just content warning, trigger warning.
Oh, I gotta go get my charger, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, major content warning because I just seen some. I did not realize they were going to show his body, and I seen it. So, yeah, content warning. Here we go. That's what I was waiting for to pop up. Yeah, I saw his boots under the. Okay.
There's the lawnmower. There's Kirby's truck, correct?
Yes.
All right, what's this down here on the bottom left.
That's Kirby's body.
Okay. Is that in the same condition as when you arrived on the scene?
When I arrived, that's what I saw.
All right. So I believe your testimony was you saw his boots. Was it unusual the way you found him?
Definitely.
Why?
Because he was covered up like.
All right. So here, you see this. It looks like a tarp. What was
It's a
it?
curtain.
A curtain?
A curtain, yes.
Was it draped over his body?
It was.
All right. And then on top of the curtain, what was it?
Truck toolbox.
A big toolbox was laid on top of it?
Yes.
All right, let's go back to that. To see, was there, first of all, how far is it from the carport to where his body lay?
About 30 feet.
And did you observe anything unusual? You said, talk about the conditions
Looked like drag marks
from there.
from that area back to where the body was.
And you took a video of that.
I did.
All right. 2D, what was significant about that?
That's a picture of what I believe is drag marks.
Okay. Now, it's really, you can kind of say it better in this than when you look on the screen.
You can.
So, may I have the witness step down and just show, using this exhibit, what he's talking about and why this photograph was taken, the significance of it?
You may.
All right.
Step over to the side. Okay.
Yeah, you've got to speak louder too, if that's okay.
So I'm not in.
Yes, you can stand where.
We got Colonel's speakers coming up from the back end.
All right, right here, this piece of wood, you look real close, you can see marks through the dirt going that, it's like it's something pulled that direction.
And that trail ended up where, I guess you saw his boots?
Where the body
Oh,
was.
Sal finally got
And then the pictures of the dead.
No.
Okay, nice.
Just point on the picture so they can see. Can I publish this picture the old fashioned way?
You may.
You got a bailiff? That's correct. All right, take a seat. And what you observed, a little trail from the garage to where his body lay, match up with the boots kind of? Is you think that's
It
what?
was the same general direction.
All right. And you ended up taking a video of that as well,
I did.
that we'll get into in just a minute, okay?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Oh, a video.
With your permission, Your Honor, while that's being passed around, I'll continue to ask questions. I think they can multitask. All right, looking at 2E,
Yes.
2E, orient the jury this way.
Just another angle of what I observed.
Kind of back up a little bit.
Backed up a little bit, Mr. Carpenter's body there. You can see a boot sticking out. You can see the toolbox on top of it.
How long you been in law enforcement?
Over 30 years.
Did this have any significance to you just when you observe it?
To me, it said, basically somebody was putting the body there where either somebody else would not see it or they wouldn't have to look at it, one of the two.
Okay. What does that suggest to you?
Somebody close had something to do with it.
As
A
opposed to-
normal person, I believe if they come rob somebody, based on what I've seen over the last 30 years, if you're going to kill somebody and rob them and take their stuff, you're going to leave the body laying where it is. You're not going to try to hide the body. You're going to try to get out of there as fast as you can.
Okay.
Yep, somebody spent some time there.
If you
In
don't mind,
order to
pick
cover
that
him
Thank
up,
you.
put a toolbox on him and all that. Somebody spent some
All
time
right.
there.
And we'll go through some of these a little quicker.
Okay.
Okay, y'all, we are adults, so
Thank you. Why did you take this photograph of the Kirby Carpenter's boots?
Well, one, they were sticking out. Another reason, there was blood on them.
Is that what you're referring to right there,
Yes,
as I'm pointing to the screen?
yes.
Now, did you follow the trail from the body back to the carport?
I did.
All right. I'll zoom in a little bit, Carson. Now, we saw the odds and ends and around the outside of the house, but looking into the carport, does this image kind of accurately depict what you observed in the condition of the carport
Yes,
and stuff everywhere?
yes.
All right, what about this garbage can with, it looks like the contents have been spilled?
It does.
Was that, do you have an idea of how that happened?
I don't know if it was done during the struggles, like it falling, or if it was done by the dog.
Hold on 1 second. We got an objection.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
I don't want to speculate and guessing. It sounds like
Don't speculate, but you can offer opinions anyway.
Did it appear to you from observing that crime scene that all that on the floor had been in the garbage can?
Yeah, I believe it had, yes.
Do you know how it got emptied out of the
I
garbage
do
can?
not.
Was the garbage can turned over
It looks like it was to me.
and the contents were spilled out?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay. Looking at 2H. If you don't mind, zoom in on that bottom part of the image. All right. Before you took this picture, you had to take the toolbox off and the curtain.
We did.
Why did you do that?
I had to be able to do that to inspect the body.
And you also said you were reformed.
Yes.
Were you acting as a court?
No.
Who was your deputy?
Scott Thompson.
Did you call him after?
I did have a period of time. I don't remember exactly how long it was.
So you gave those duties to your deputy?
I did.
But here, did you make any observations about any injuries to Kirby Carpenter?
Shotgun blast.
And how were you able to determine that?
Because I've seen them several times before.
All right, you've seen them before, and can you describe the specific injuries that you observed and why you arrived at that conclusion to the jury?
He was shot in the right chest area, neck area
All right,
with a shotgun.
buckshot. What's the
It
difference between,
looks like buckshot.
if you don't mind, describe just the different kinds of shells that a 12 gauge shotgun
Well,
can.
you've got a bird shot, which is a whole lot of pellets. Buckshot, smaller amount of pellets, but larger pellets. And then you have like a slug. The slug's just one solid piece of pretty much metal that's in there,
All right,
or lead, sorry.
Just to break it up and, do a little commentary, I would have guessed the defense would have objected to that, him saying anything about what the difference in the shotgun shells were, because he's not an expert on guns and shotgun shells and all that. But this is Mississippi, so maybe they just kind of say, okay, we all have general knowledge of guns. I don't know. That's exactly, I was thinking we were going to Murdaugh. Whew.
and do you know if it was buckshot, what a pattern is?
Yeah.
Can you explain that to the jury?
The closer you are, the closer the pattern is. Tight, right? Getting closer.
In a pattern of what?
Just where the shots hit.
Okay. So if somebody is this close, the pattern is
It's
going
going
to
to be
be,
smaller.
and the further back you get,
The larger the pattern is.
did you make any observations about the pattern
Yes, I
based on the
did.
injuries you observed?
I did.
Okay. And what was that?
It wasn't just up real close, but I'm guessing that, but from here to you probably.
Okay.
We estimate that this is from here.
From here to there.
He says from, Mr. Jones says that this is what's from where he's sitting, where the people are standing on the podium.
Is this an objection?
It is, for the record, I would like to have.
May we throw it?
Okay, so they have an objection and they muted for their objection, which is better than white noise, right?
All right, this is another image of the Duke in 2 hours.
Yes.
All right. This is going to be, what was Kirby Carpenter wearing at the time that he was shot?
Boots, jeans, a shirt, and a jacket.
All right. Have layers.
It did,
Do you think that impacted the amount of blood that you observed on the scene?
definitely.
Why?
Because the more clothes you have on, the more it is to soak blood up and stuff like that.
Okay. Now looking at Exhibit 2J, you can zoom in, of course. What was the significance of taking this photo?
We photographed items. It was in his pocket as we pulled them out. It was $2,800 cash in his pocket.
Okay. Welcome in, Lois. Just so you know, they are showing pictures and we're trying to be respectful. So if I pop up an overlay or something, is because I don't want it sitting on my screen for too long. As you see now, they've pulled the tarp, or not the tarp, it was the shower curtain back, and they're taking money out of his pockets. So, and they have shown his feet and everything, and they're talking about how they're slowly going to uncover it and removing the toolbox and all that. So I don't know if they're going to show any more pictures, but we're adults, so.
All right. $2,800 cash on him. Was that significant to you at the time? Why?
Just because normally when somebody's going to kill somebody and rob them, they would take the cash that's on him.
All right. So there was cash in his pocket.
It was.
Were you able later to determine? All right, we'll come back to that point. Okay.
Okay.
But it was significant at the time that he had $2,600 in his pocket.
I think it was 28, but I think it's, yeah, I believe it's right.
All right, okay. You can come in on that. Whose hand is that?
Kirby Carpenter's right hand.
All right. Do you know any injuries?
I don't see any injuries.
What was the discoloration of the finger?
Post-mortem stuff that happened.
But it's just the general positioning of the hand that was significant?
Yeah, it's kind of odd,
Okay.
the way it looked.
You know, Kirby was left-handed, right-handed?
I don't know exactly.
Okay. All right, 2L. You can zoom in on that too, Carson. Now, what do you see on that, the jeans?
Sole,
Okay. Did it look like that from where he lay, there was dirt that could have?
the drag marks I saw earlier.
Okay. Is that why you took the photo?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, typically with family of victims, I did not think that.
You may proceed.
All right. If we're ready, I'll show this next image that is a little more graphic. And I'll advise the court when we remove it as well. If you don't mind, display that next image. and zoom in. This image,
Okay. I don't know if they're going to show anything. They're going to show a few things, and I'm not sure what, but I hear people sniffling in the gallery. So
shows the injuries that you provided testimony about earlier regarding the pattern.
Yes.
If you don't mind, can you, if the court, with the court's approval, step down and just show the general pattern that you were speaking of?
Okay. General pattern.
Okay.
Let me go over here.
Yes, sir. That's the image on there.
Right here.
What was that testimony? I didn't hear.
Right here is the general pattern, like here, here's where the pillar.
Now, before you sit down, it appears to be some red coming out of his mouth. Can you describe what that means to you, not only as an investigator that has investigated multiple murders, as a coroner as well?
Possibly blood, but more than likely it's post-mortem stuff that he appeared to be dead for a couple of days.
Okay, so that may not have happened at the time of the mechanism of death.
May not have. No.
Post-mortem.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could take that to the next image.
You gonna have any more like that? Hang on, let people know that that picture's no longer up.
I'm going to hand you 2 in and 2 O. And I'm going to have Carson zoom in on the 2 in. Do you see that projected on the screen?
I do.
Can you identify what that is and where it's located?
It's a 22 Magnum cartridge. It was found in his jacket pocket.
All right, show 2 0. All right.
3 22 Magnum cartridges.
Where were they found?
I think they were found in another pocket.
All right, so he, meaning Kirby Carpenter, had these rounds in
He did.
his coat pocket and somewhere else.
I believe so.
And he called it a 22 Magnum.
Yes.
All right. Were you able to identify, as part of your investigation, whether Kirby commonly carried a weapon?
I was told
listed,
by his
they
family
referred
and
to his
stuff that he
face.
generally always has a.
Dude, what? They showed it?
Yeah,
Did I look
yeah,
away?
yeah. I was trying to get your attention.
Oh, I was trying to read something else.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, they showed him.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna back up. I'm just
Yeah, when you're on your own time, I'm sure
Yeah,
they'll show it again.
they may show
He
it
just
again.
looks really pale. He don't
He
even look. His eyes are open. He don't even look like he's deceased. He
Oh,
really
really?
don't. Yeah.
I did. I looked away. I was doing.
Yeah, he
I'll
looks like
look at
he's
it later.
looking at him.
They may show. You missed it too, Lois. I had looked away because Lola is down here. If y'all could only see my baby Lola, she's down here sleeping right under my monitor on her little couch thing, and I keep looking at her because she keeps looking up at me, and
Aw.
I don't know why she's sleeping. I mean, well, I know why she's sleeping, but she'll open her eyes and she'll peek at me through one eye, and then she'll close it, and then she'll start doing a snore. So that's what I was looking at. So
Because the other one won't leave her alone for 5 minutes.
I know, and I have him in the kitchen locked. You know, I have the little gate up so he can't come in here and leave her alone for a little bit. So, okay.
Poor
So
baby.
they probably will show some more pictures then. If you've seen that, then they're going to show some more. I'm glad I looked away, but we'll see. I mean, I'm okay with these kind of pictures. I just want everybody else to be okay.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody.
Yeah, he just looked
upset.
like
yeah.
beginner's son. He looked like a
Well,
mannequin.
Yeah, beginner said he looked like a mannequin. Okay, all right,
But
right, Lois.
Did you look for a 22 Magnum
I did.
revolver on the scene?
I did.
Did you find one?
I did not.
All right. And I don't think it's disputed that Kirby dealt in large quantities of cash, large quantities of gold,
That's right.
large quantities of silver, large quantities of valuable coins, and other things.
Yes,
And he carried that with him.
he did.
Do you know people that are engaged in that kind of business not to have protection with them at all times?
I probably would.
Okay. Were you able to find any kind of weapon either in the vehicle or on his person?
There was multiple vehicles in the weapon, but none that matched that.
Okay. No 22 Magnum.
No.
All right.
22 is a little small pocket pistol that, nobody really wants that. I mean, but I guess if you're thieving, you're going to take anything and everything.
Why projecting these images up? I think the jury can see them fairly good. Now, in your investigation, looking at 2Q and 2R,
Yes,
can you? That's going to be on the carport, the vinyl siding,
it is.
metal siding.
It is walking into the carport to the right on the vinyl siding or metal siding.
And you don't know when that happened,
I do not.
but you took pictures of it.
I did.
Where's that in location of this? It's
I think it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's the same thing. It's just one's enlarged.
So that. Something. All right, and then 2S,
House keys
where were they found?
on the other side of the garbage can. On the opposite side where the mess was, they were on the other side.
They weren't on his person,
No,
the house keys.
no.
All right, can you go back to Carson, the garbage can? I'm sorry. I'm going to hand you the exhibit of the house keys. Now, can you step down and show the jury where you found these keys?
I can.
Carson, if you can just show those keys. All right. So looking at the screen, we're projecting 2S on the screen. You see that?
I do.
All right, we've already oriented the jury to that earlier picture of the garbage can we did not know.
Yes,
This white area depicted in this exhibit, what is that?
that's the plastic garbage can.
And then behind the garbage can were
House keys.
where you found the keys.
Yes.
And how were you able to determine that they were the keys to the house?
We tried one of them and opened the door.
All right. Looking at 2T, zoom in closer.
Okay, loud cougher. Yes, we have a loud cougher. And do you know what we have for loud coughers? Wait, I have something for loud coughers. And see, you're a member. So see, look. We have hand sanitizer. Hio made me hand sanitizer for when we have people that cough too much during stream. Okay, Denise, because you screwed up your hours, girlfriend. this man, and they are showing pictures. So you're not looking because you're driving. So I'm going to tell you, they're showing pictures. This man was found murdered under a there's like a curtain, and then on top of the curtain was a very large toolbox that had to take a couple people to get this toolbox on top of him and move. If you want to see that, you'll have to rewind in the stream. But his baby mama took a deal. She got 20 years probation, so long as she testifies against her father. This is her father's trial. So we will see what she has to say about this. And his wife took a deal, and I think she got 10 years, I believe. TARP and 2 tool chest. His wife, Karen, took an Alford plea, and she got a 10-year prison sentence and 5 years unsupervised probation. And she took that plea just last week, right before trial started. But it doesn't say she has to testify against her husband. Now, the daughter is going to have to testify against her dad because it was her daughter's boyfriend that was found murdered on November 20th, I believe. I believe it's November 20th or November 30th. November 30th of 2022. And it was 36 years old. His name is Carpenter. My mind freaking went blank.
Yeah, I know. It just left my mind too.
Kirby Carpenter.
Carpenter.
I want to say Kelly Carpenter. I knew a Kelly Carpenter back in the day. I kept wanting to say Kelly. I knew that word right. Kirby Carpenter. So, yes, red light. Oh my God. Okay. So they have showed pictures of him under the tarp, under the toolbox. They have showed pictures of his bloody boots. They have showed pictures of drag marks and where he has dirt on his side.
$2,200 in cash.
$2,200 in cash was in his pocket, and they have also showed his face. So, with that, I gave everybody a big old trigger warning so everybody knows they are showing pictures in this trial. So I think you're caught up. That's about where we are. And this is the first witness, and he is the officer or deputy who arrived on scene. And their deputy is the preacher, who is the mailman, who is the coroner.
And the coroner.
Yeah, they're just, this is a little town, Mississippi, and everybody knows everybody, and they all know each other's business, I think. So, okay.
Why did you take this photograph?
It appeared to be blood in the carport.
My glasses would have been broke had they been in my bag.
Had it been, is that the condition that it was in when you took the photograph?
Yes.
And did you see it when you first?
It was covered up by a curtain when we first got there.
Okay. What curtain?
Another curtain.
All right.
There were sets of curtains, all like the one that was covering his body in the corner of the carport.
Now, you found the keys, you found the 22 Magnum shells. You did not find a 22 Magnum revolver.
I did not.
Was there anything else that you were looking for that Kirby was known to carry with him routinely?
A satchel.
Why were you looking for that satchel?
Because Kirby's family, well, particularly Maddie Jane, had told me that he always has a satchel with him that has a large amounts of money and or gold and silver that he's traded for when in the last day or so.
What kind of satchel did they describe to you?
It was some kind of little bag that held over your shoulder. I guess it'd be kind of like a man purse or something, I guess.
Okay.
He said man purse.
And was that something he wore for fashion or for business?
For business.
And we've heard a lot of testimony, uncontradicted, what kind of business he was in. And he carried that with him as part of his business day to day.
He did.
And what would he carry in that bag?
I was told large amounts of money,
All right.
maybe gold or silver.
Hearsay.
Here, I knew he was going to say that. Objection, here's
Rephrase the question.
All right. As part of your investigation, were you able to determine what he typically carried in that Without saying what anybody told you, what he normally carried in that bag?
Money,
And was that consistent with the business he was in?
it was.
Is that consistent with anybody who's in that business?
I'm assuming, yes.
Don't assume.
Okay.
If you know, you
Well,
know.
I mean,
If you don't, you don't.
I don't know that then for sure,
All
but
right. Did you find a bag in the truck?
no, not
Did you
like,
find a bag in the carport?
no.
Did you search the house?
Best we could,
Did you find a bag?
no.
I have this marked. That's this one percent. All right. Looking at Exhibit 3, where did you get this?
It was, I didn't get it. The family gave it to DA's office
All right.
for trial.
Can you identify it,
Kirby Carpenter, a picture of him.
when he was alive?
Yes,
And when you observed him on the 2nd of December of 2022, was he alive?
no.
Now, what else did you do as part of your investigation on the 2nd?
We searched for camera footage.
Okay. Why did you search for camera footage?
Because there was cameras on the house that should have captured the murder.
One camera?
There's multiple cameras.
2 cameras?
There's more than that. It was, I don't remember the exact number. It was several cameras on the house.
More than 2?
Yes.
And they were all over the house? Or
Yes.
outside of the house?
Outside, yes.
All right. Do you know what kind of system it was?
Blink.
All right. And why would that have been significant to you on December the 2nd, seeing those cameras outside?
There was one in the carport that would have captured everything.
All right. All right. So did you follow that lead?
I did.
All right. Tell the jury about that.
We went in and started trying to find the sink box and couldn't find it anywhere.
When did you do that?
That night, that evening, we pulled up his phone also and to try to see if it recorded anything on his phone. And it did not. It showed a notification where we went on the phone, but that's all it showed.
Now, you looked in the living room where the mantle was. You had the TV, the mantle, and that was where you were told that blink box was located.
Yes.
And you did not find that blink box.
No.
The condition of the home on the outside, we've seen photographs of that. A lot of valuables outside, a lot of valuables inside.
Yes.
Would it surprise you that somebody that had valuables outside their home or inside in the quantities that were at the Carpenter home would have working surveillance?
Yes, he would.
At the time that you arrived on December the 2nd, 2022, were there any surveillance cameras that were operable?
None that we could find.
And the controller to that video surveillance system, where was that located?
So when we did find it,
Inside the house or outside?
inside the house.
Inside the house. Okay.
Not trying to be silly, but that usually is inside the house. At least my controller for all my cameras are inside my house. Where else would they be?
Now,
Come on.
at some point, did you look for Kirby Carpenter's cell phone?
Yes,
Where'd you find it?
in the truck
All right.
on the charger.
Our truck was locked up. Keys, the fob was in his pocket. You made entry into the truck. What did you observe about that? The truck?
The phone was laying on the console, well, the armrest, just sitting there plugged up on the charge. There was all kinds of items all scattered all around in the truck as well, and there were groceries in the truck. And several pistols and firearms that was in the vehicle.
All right. Did you try to get into that phone?
We did.
Just manually?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to?
We were.
And can you tell the jury when you first accessed his phone, turned it on, was it already on or did you have to turn it on?
I really don't remember. I don't remember.
What happened when you turned it on? What'd you look for?
We looked for any last contact with anybody around the time frame we had thought that he had been killed. We also looked for notifications. Well, I say look for notifications. We opened the blink out to see if it had anything
All right, let's
on it
stop
too.
there. Make sure that mic is close to you. Is
Yes.
it working? Is it working?
I believe it is.
Okay, that's better. All right, so you opened the blink out?
Yes.
What was blink and why did you open the blink out?
Blink is the camera system.
Okay. And when you opened the app, what happened?
It didn't show anything on there,
All right.
pretty much. It was around the time frame, nothing was there.
Did you also, you talked about the groceries. I'm going to have this marked for ID.
I don't like how they keep muting the microphone out. I do not like that. I don't like that.
Do you have any of this? Wait, ask you first. All right. I'm going to hand you what's been received into evidence is S4. Have you got that?
I have the original receipt.
You took a picture of a receipt that was in the truck, but you've got the
Yes.
original receipt.
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd asked the original receipt to be received into evidence as well.
S5 of the actual treatment of the videos.
All right. Can you explain to the jury what the significance of that exhibit is, the Kroger receipt?
The receipt shows that he was at Kroger in
And if you could
Corinth.
speak into that microphone.
Shows that he was at Kroger at Corinth on 11/30/22. He checked out at 6:10 p.m.
All right, so that's on November the 30th.
Yes,
When you arrived at the crime scene, that was December the 2nd.
yes,
All right, you've got his cell phone.
yes.
The blink camera was not active on
No.
his phone. When was the last message that Kirby sent to anybody? When was that?
It was 6:37 or 6:38. on November the 30th, 2022.
11:30, November 30th, 2022 at 6:37 PM.
Yes, somewhere right around there.
And is that, what is the date on the proto receipt and the time?
11/30/2022, 6:10 PM.
All right, what did he buy?
He bought several things, and one thing that stuck out was some lamb chops. He bought 4 things of lamb chops.
And they stayed in that truck for several days.
They did.
They were locked up in the truck when you arrived on the
They
scene?
were.
6:10 PM, he made that purchase
Yes,
on 11:30.
yes.
All right. Now, let me have this marked for ID.
You've been going about 2 hours. We're ready for a break. Let's take a break. We've been going here for 2 hours. Go ahead and get this.
Can we get this in? It's
Okay.
2 minutes.
All right, go ahead.
ID.
That's 6.
Have you observed the contents of this?
Yes,
Does it accurately depict what you observed on December the 2nd, 2022?
yes.
Ask again, please.
Okay. All right, good.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
There, can I have this? So we did like that, why was it recorded?
On 2 minutes, wait, they want to.
Hurry up.
He said, hurry up.
Speak loud.
Okay.
Speak this way.
All right, go ahead.
And there are the church bells again. Sure, this is a great.
Okay, basically, that's the video of where the drag marks were. You can't see it as good as you, real good on the video, but you can see it more when you're sitting there looking at it. But that's the drag marks from the car, where his body was.
And were you able to see two lines that track from the carport to the?
Yeah, it was mainly more or less one line. You might see a couple every now and then, but most of the time, most of it's one line.
All right, can you find that person? And I want you to point it out. Tell person to stop where you can identify for the jury to stop.
Right here.
All right, keep going. And you're following that?
Following right through here.
All right. Can you point that out, the line that you're following?
Right here.
All right. Does that line keep going?
It does.
All right, keep going, Parson.
Kind of follows this direction.
All right, pause it there. What are you talking about there?
Well, it kind of follows this direction. We kind of lost it when we got in the crowd. You can see the general direction that it's going.
This area right here?
Yes.
All right. And then that's kind of disturbed in contrast to on either side of it?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have right now.
All right, let's take a break.
They're going to break, and because we start late, we get the luxury of Zoom.
Just come off maternity leave and gone back to work at TSC.
Yes.
And on November the
And this is why I get aggravated, because sometimes they just jump right back in without giving us good warning. See, they're talking and we're still on the screen.
Yes.
And how long has she been working? Do you know why she hadn't been working?
She had a baby.
Okay, so she had taken, when was Enola born?
I don't know the exact date.
In July?
I think it was in July, but I don't remember the exact date.
Was Enola several months old at the time that Kirby was killed?
Yes,
All right, and she had just come off maternity leave and gone back to work at TSC.
yes,
And on November the 30th, 2022, she was working that day.
yes.
Do you know where Enola was that day?
I believe she was staying with Bailey,
Who is Bailey Reese?
a friend of Caitlin's.
And where does Bailey Reese live?
They were in Prentice County.
They live in Prentice County.
Yes,
And they're friends.
yes,
And when she went to work that day, Bailey was taking care of Enola.
yes,
All right. And after work, it's your understanding that Caitlin picked Enola up and then began to text with Kirby
at some point, yeah.
about where he is, when he's going to be home.
Yes,
All right. So Caitlin says, "Where are you, Kirby?" And what happens?
he said Geno's.
All right. What happened? Any other information or text between the two after that?
No, he had some question marks that were sent,
Okay.
and then that's about it.
And that last text to her about question marks, had she not answered a question of his?
I don't know. I'm assuming, and well, the question marks were kind of like being irritated is the way I took them.
Okay. Were you able to figure out what that was in regard to?
No,
Okay.
no, I didn't.
And what time was that last message that Kirby sent?
I think 6:37, I think.
Did he mention anything about going to Kroger to get groceries?
No,
How were you able to identify that he had gone to
by the
anywhere?
receipt that was found in his vehicle with the groceries.
And with that being November 30th, did it have a time on the receipt?
Yes,
What time was it?
6:10 p.m.
And did you send anybody to go get confirmation that Kirby had been there
Yes,
on November 30th?
yes.
Who did you send?
Jeremy Rainey,
All right. Who is Jeremy Rainey?
investigator with the district attorney's office.
If I could have. Essay. All right, I need you essay for ID. Is that part of your investigative file?
It is.
And you know that reports to, have you seen that before?
I have.
Did you receive that from Jeremy Rainey after he went up to Kroger?
I did.
Was he able, he brought those still photos back to you?
Yes.
So as they received in evidence.
Maybe.
Were you able to identify the individual in that photo?
Kirby Carpenter.
All right, and was there a time stamp?
Yes, that says 6:11.
All right, fairly consistent on November 30th that Kirby Carpenter was in Kroger. In what city?
Corinth.
So at 6:11, he would have been here. Then you've got on the text message at 6:37, him responding to Caitlin saying that he's going to go, that what? He's not home yet?
Yeah, he's coming by Geno's.
Do you know where Geno's is?
I do.
And how far away is Geno's? Is it in Corinth as well?
No, it's in Boonville.
So he's Corinth, Boonville, headed towards his home?
Yes.
And how far would Geno's and Boonville be from his home in Tippah County?
Geno's probably 15, 20 minutes, depending on the traffic.
All right, so you would estimate if he was going by Geno's at 6:37, he would have been back at his home at 7 p.m.
Yes, or a little before, yeah. Probably.
All right. Did you account for where Caitlin Spence was during that time?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how you did that?
We went to check around, went to Walmart. Chris White at the time, he was a highway patrol investigator at the time. And he went to Walmart in Boonville and recovered pictures that Caitlin was there.
Did he obtain video as well?
Yes,
Were y'all able to pinpoint the time that she was at Walmart?
yes.
What time range approximately?
I can't remember exactly, but during the time that we believe Kirby was killed, she was at Walmart.
Okay. If I can have these marked. All right, I'm going to hand you Exhibit 9 and 10 for ID. Y'all seen those, right? All right. Hand these back to you, Exhibit 9 and 10 for ID.
10's photo, 9's photo, and
10
10's
is the video. Walmart video, Walmart photo. Have you seen those before?
I have.
Do they accurately depict what Chris White, MBI investigator, brought to you and is contained in your investigative file?
It does.
Is that in response to trying to identify if Caitlin Spence was at the Walmart in Boonville at a certain date and time?
Yes,
And do those accurately depict that?
they do.
All right, the state would ask that these exhibits be received into evidence. 9 and 10.
objection.
All right, looking at that photo, and you can just hold it up for the jury to see. Were you able to identify who that individual
Caitlin Spence.
that is depicted in that exhibit?
Yes,
All right, Caitlin Spence.
yes.
All right, now, permission to publish Exhibit 10. May I have the witness step down just for a second? David, I'm going to show you a couple of things. Or have the witness testify to a couple of things. All right, looking at this Exhibit 9, we've identified Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
What is she carrying?
Blanket, I'm assuming, with a note with it.
All right, the baby.
Yes.
And the date on there? All right, was there a time stamp on there?
Looks like 1930.
1930, 1931,
Yes, that'd be military time, that'd be 7 o'clock.
7:30.
Or 7:30.
All right.
I don't do
Now,
military
do you know
time.
how long? You can go back.
I can barely do time zones, much less military time.
Do you know how long she stayed at Walmart approximately?
About 45 minutes, I believe.
All right. And, if you don't mind, publish Exhibit 10 to the jury. And if you will, orient the jury to what the image is being depicted here.
Caitlin's vehicle.
All right, can you step down and show them where that vehicle is? If you'll play.
I didn't hear you. What you said?
So I believe it was right in there where I pointed.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Always a Walmart.
Always a Walmart. Hey, I have to say though, at least with this trial, they've had somebody to work all the visuals, so it's actually flowing pretty decent because
Oh yeah, the guy that was standing over there,
right?
and he's probably an IT guy.
Now, if
too.
I represent-
Somebody that just runs a printer.
Of course.
Someone's at my door.
Okay. It's okay. Okay, they're pausing.
Chris White's report. You know, from Chris White's report, the exact time that she left that parking lot?
I don't remember what it was.
He would have to testify to that, but she was there a good while.
Yeah, a good while.
As
Yeah.
part of your investigation, do you know what she was doing while she was just sitting in the car?
She told us she was breastfeeding.
All right. Do you know about how long she was in the store?
I think it was like 45 minutes inside and out. I'm not real sure.
She was
And
breastfeeding at Walmart, especially at Walmart, breastfeed for 45 minutes.
How long would it have taken her to get home if she had left around 7:52 from the Walmart parking lot to get back home?
Probably 25, 30 minutes.
Okay. So, assuming she left at 7:52, can you do the math on that about what time, if she went straight from Walmart to home?
Yeah, from about 7:52 to walk to the house, probably 8:10, 8:12, somewhere probably in there.
As part of your investigation, do you know whether the Kirby Carpenter's truck was in the driveway when she arrived?
I believe it was
And do you know what vehicle she was driving?
a black, I think it's a Ute Suburban, I think.
Okay. All right. Now, can you tell the jury that what transpired next as far as the Spence family and the Carpenter family after you did your initial investigation on December the 2nd?
Talking about after,
What
like,
happened on the 3rd?
from
and
the
4th?
3rd on.
From the 3rd to the 4th.
We had a call out there the 2nd, 3rd, 4th about items being put in a vehicle.
All right, so this was on December the 4th. What day is that?
Sunday.
All right.
Yes, the 4th, I'm sorry.
All right, tell the jury about that.
I received a call from Sheriff's Department, advised that Maddie had found bags of silver in the Cadillac trunk that Jeff and Karen had been driving.
All right. Now tell the jury right there, just tell the jury who Jeff and Karen Spence are, where they live, that kind of thing.
Jeff and Karen are from, at the time, were from Saltville, Virginia. That's Caitlin Spence's father and mother. My understanding, they had came down to help with the baby several months before all this happened.
All right. And I like it when you're talking in the microphone.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Where were they originally from?
I believe Pennsylvania, maybe.
And do you know about how long prior to November 30th they had been staying with Kirby and Caitlin?
I think about 4 months.
Okay, and if you'd speak in that microphone.
I'm trying to, but
It's my fault. So they had, been staying there for about 4 months with Caitlin to help with Enola. As part of your investigation, do you know what day they had left to go back to Saltville, Virginia?
Caitlin told us they left on 11/29 of 22.
Okay. Round about what time?
She said 2-ish.
Okay. So in the afternoon. Now, on December the 3rd, you don't hear anything, but on this Sunday, December the 4th, you're aware that Jeff and Karen are back in
Yes.
Lakewood?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Cadillac, and you get a call that he's putting silver coins in the back of that Cadillac?
Yes.
All right, what happens? What do you do?
I called Bart Adams, the prosecuting attorney at the time, and asked him what we needed.
Bart Adams is a county prosecutor.
He is. He is.
He's been county prosecutor for many, many years.
Yes.
All right, and what kind of seeking his advice about?
Well, at the time, we really couldn't tell who owned the stuff that was in the trunk. And the situation I had was, at the time, Caitlin was living at the residence also. So that was kind of the question was, was it going to be civil or was it going to be criminal or?
And at the time, were you able to determine whether Caitlin was married to Kirby?
She was not.
All right. And but they did have a child.
They did.
And were you able to determine whether Kirby had any other children?
He did.
With Caitlin?
No.
And that was Towns, right?
Yes.
And Towns would have been older than Enola.
Yes.
Do you know how old Towns was at the time?
I really don't. I don't know. He was young.
More than a toddler?
Yeah, I think he's probably maybe 3. I really don't know. Or 4. I don't know which one.
All right. After you talked to Bart, got advice, at that time, Bart had a prosecutor hat.
He did.
And what did you do after you talked to him?
I called back out to the deputies that was at the scene and told them what he had told me.
Well, just tell me what you told them.
Basically, nobody needed to move anything from there, but if they did, they would be responsible for it. It was more or less civil at that time.
Now, under those situations commonly occur with people that are contesting the property. Your main role at that point in time, based on what you knew at the time, was
Keep the peace.
keep the peace
That's it.
and observe.
Yes.
All right. All right, what happened after that?
I had talked to Caitlin actually earlier that day on the phone about coming in and giving me another statement.
She had given a statement on December the 2nd.
She gave an initial statement to Tammy, I can't remember her last name.
Tammy Hall.
Yeah, it used to be MBI. She's retired now.
She's a long-time highway patrol officer,
Yes,
and she had responded that day.
she did.
And typically, do you get a detailed statement from somebody on the scene of a crime?
We usually get an initial one, and I usually kind of try to wait a little after that to, make their head clear up a little bit, not so much upset and all that stuff before they give a statement.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
All right. So you called her on the 4th, and what did you ask her?
Could she come down Monday and talk to me again?
And what happened after that?
We agreed on a 10 o'clock time. 10 o'clock came on Monday. She never showed up. I called her multiple times trying to find out where she was. She never would answer the phone or reply back to me.
All right. And that was on Monday, the 5th?
That was on the 5th, yes.
All right. Did she eventually come in on the 5th?
Yes.
What time?
Between 4:30 and 5 o'clock.
Late afternoon?
She did.
Was she alone?
No,
Who'd she come with?
Tony Faris, an attorney.
Did they provide a statement to you?
They did.
All right. And did you have concerns, or let me ask you this. You've already talked about things that were of note and importance at the crime scene. Was there anything of note just as part of your investigation at the time about the 911 call that Caitlin made?
I didn't hear any crying until they picked up the phone.
And why was that significant to you?
Because normally if you're trying to call somewhere and you're upset, you're going to be upset before the phone rings. You're not going to wait till the phone, they pick up the phone and then start crying.
Now, what was your understanding of the condition of the home on November the 30th, 2022? Kirby's gone, Caitlin's gone to work. Before they come back, whether that house was locked or unlocked.
I'm assuming it's locked.
And that would have been something you may have asked Caitlin about?
I think so. I believe we did, but
You wanted to try to clear up some of these things with Caitlin?
yes,
Did she provide a statement to you
she did.
with her attorney present?
She did.
All right, what happened after that?
After that, we traveled back to the house that evening to try to locate the phone module, or the sync module, not phone, for the cameras.
When was that?
Sometime Monday afternoon, I believe, when we went back up there,
All right, so Monday afternoon on the 5th, we go back out there looking for,
or Monday evening, that wouldn't have been afternoon. It was after the interview with Kate.
she signed a consent to search the home.
She did.
All right, and what did you find?
Didn't find anything.
All right. The condition of the home, can you describe that for the?
Cluttered, extremely cluttered.
All right, there was talk about a safe room. Did you look in the safe room?
I did.
And were there safes there?
There were several safes there. There were boxes all in the middle of the floor, on the side of the wall, coins in boxes laying there. I mean, just all kinds of stuff.
Valuables everywhere?
Yes, definitely.
And then some locked up in the safe?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you have any more communication with Bart Adams since that phone call on Sunday?
Yes.
Why did you call him again?
I talked to him several times over the period. Bart had became over the estate. He had been hired to handle the estate after that.
Who hired Bart Adams to handle?
Maddie Jane.
Who hired Bart Adams to handle the estate of Kirby Carpenter?
Maddie Jane Jones.
And during this time, who was living in the home?
At that particular time, Caitlin, Kirby.
No.
You talking about? After it was.
After December the 2nd, you have Jeff and Karen coming back to the home. We know that they were there on that Friday, 4th,
Yes.
on December 4th,
Yes.
when you first called Bart Adams.
Yes.
From December the 4th, for the next few weeks, who had, primary access, lived in the home?
Caitlin, Karen, Jeff, and Anola.
Caitlin, Karen, Jeff, and Anola.
Yes.
By that time, had you kind of figured out that there was going to be sort of, how would you describe what was happening to Kirby Carpenter's valuables and property between his family and the Spence family?
I think a lot of stuff was being taken.
Okay.
So a lot of stuff of what?
A lot of stuff was being taken from the home.
And did your deputies observe the placement of silver coins into that Cadillac?
I think they observed them coming out of the Cadillac.
I'm sorry?
I think they observed them being taken back out of the Cadillac.
Okay. They were in the Cadillac, observed them being removed.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine how many bags it was?
That I don't know.
All right, so was it your understanding that when Bart became the attorney for the estate, that he was able to kind of settle that down to a certain extent
Yes.
and begin an inventory of everything?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now as far as the investigation goes, what happened next after that? You go back and look in the house. What are you looking for?
Just anything that we can find, mainly the sink box. for the
Did you
video.
find the sink box?
It was eventually found.
It wasn't found that day?
No, it was not.
Okay. All right. So you're looking for that security camera, blink box, main, I don't know what you would call it.
A sink. My understanding it's called a sink box.
Okay. And you were not able to find it that day?
No.
All right. What happens next?
Time went on, and then I finally eventually got a call from Maddie that she had found the blink box.
All right. Do you know what day that occurred?
Remember, give me a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
February the 3rd, 2023.
So before we go there, you went back out there on January the 9th for another purpose.
I did.
And then before we go there, you went back out on December the 20th.
Yes.
All right. Can you explain to the jury why you went back out to the property, Kirby Carpenter's home, on December the 20th, 2022?
December 20th, I went out there. There was when Bart Adams, and they were doing the inventory of the house, there was a game camera hanging up in the carport. He called and told me, hey, there's a camera in the carport. I thought, well, we would have seen that surely. But I went ahead and issued a search warrant for the camera and went out there and got the camera.
All right. Can you tell the jury what happened when you went out there?
Well, when I went out there to get it, Jeff Spence told me he put the camera up. He said, I think the exact words, I'm an old country boy, and that's all I know how to do is put, like game cameras, don't know nothing about the other things. And then he put it up there for, I guess he says, for security and for protection for people taking stuff out from up there.
All right. Did y'all have any other conversations?
We did.
Can you tell the jury about that?
He just made the comment, I guess you don't have very many homicides around here. And I told him we'd had about 4, previously, and had 4 indictments on 4 different people on homicides.
Oh my God.
You successfully convicted them?
I don't remember if I told him that or not, but
Can you
Well, that's
describe his
irrelevant.
response to the jury?
he kind of had a strange look on his face and didn't say anything else to me.
All right. Did his complexion change colors?
It did.
Tell the jury about that.
Turned pale looking.
Oh,
Pale?
like the back of the sheet?
Yeah, not quite that white, but yeah, pale.
Was that it?
Y'all know what just happened, right?
That is depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
So
Trying to
what just happened, just because TCN is in the background learning as we do this, what just happened was they just ended their stream for the day. And because it ended, it reset mine back to the beginning. So that's what just happened in the background. So now I have to go figure out, we were 2 hours and 26 minutes in. But there was like a 30 minutes before it actually started. So now I have to go figure out. They hadn't gone to lunch yet, have they? Did they go to lunch yet or not? They had a morning break, but they didn't go to lunch, right?
No lunch yet.
Lunch yet. Okay.
What kind of seeking his advice about?
Well, at the time, we really couldn't tell who owned the stuff that was in the trunk, and the situation
Oh, this is pretty
kind of
close.
Consider that already.
Who was living in the home?
didn't say anything else to me.
All right. Did his
Okay.
complexion change colors?
It did.
Tell the jury about that.
Turned pale looking.
All right.
Pale?
Like the back of the sheet?
Yeah, not quite that white, but yeah, pale.
Was that significant to you?
It was to me.
Why?
Just by the reaction, that told me I needed to look further right there.
Did anything else happen that day?
We took the camera, plugged it up, and it showed Jeff Spence putting the camera up. So, I mean, it's obvious he was the one that put the camera up. I gave the camera to a deputy, told him to take it back out there, deliver it back to the house.
All right. What about if anything happened later on, December 20th, 2022.
Well, when he took the camera back out there, he called me, and I think his exact words, "Hey, boss, they're all gone." And I
Who gave you that? Who called you?
Jason McDaniel.
All right, who is he?
He used to be a deputy at the sheriff's office.
And who was all gone?
Who was what?
Who was all gone from Kirby Carpenter's home?
Everybody.
All right, so after that conversation you had with Jeff Spence in the carport about the camera, that day they left. Do you know where they went?
I'm assuming back to Virginia.
But they never came back and stayed in that home ever again.
No, did not.
What a waste of a nice house.
Now then, January the 9th, what happened on January the 9th?
January the 9th, Maddie had called me, and this was, like I said, trying to clean the house up and go through different things for the estate and all that, and found what appeared to be a drop of blood on the steps.
Just one single drop of blood on the
That's all we could see at the time was one little drop.
All right. So there's stairs in the home?
It is. It is.
Lead up to what, bedrooms?
Up to a bedroom.
And who was staying in that bedroom?
Jeff and Karen.
All right. Did you go out there
I did.
and you looked at that, what Maddie Jane showed you?
Yes.
And did you, what did you do?
Took a sample.
All right, before you did that, what did you do? Or did,
Photograph.
you photographed it, you took a sample. Did you look for any other ones?
After we took that sample, I sprayed luminol, and when we luminol the stairs, they pretty much lit up. The reason I say lit up, you can see if anything's been cleaned or anything like that, it'll show little spots, and that's blood reacting, or bodily fluids, one of the two.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been previously introduced as Exhibit 2P.
Yes,
That photo was taken on January the 9th, 2020.
it was.
And is that fluorescent area, what does that mean?
That's where the luminol, what you do when you luminol it, you shine an ultraviolet light on it, and then it shows different things. All these little spots right here is what I was talking about, either blood spots or some kind of bodily fluids or something along that line.
Were you able to tell whether it had been cleaned up?
It looked like it had been cleaned up. It had to have, or we would have seen them just like the one spot.
Just that one spot had been missed?
Yes, right.
And how were you able to determine that it was cleaned up?
Because it wasn't there. By the bit, by your naked eye, it wasn't there.
And anytime that, on December 2nd, did you see any blood on
Did
that
not.
staircase?
No, it didn't.
Would you have seen it?
That one drop, probably not, unless I was just really,
But you didn't see it, did you?
No, I did not.
Any other time did you notice it until January the 9th?
No.
What exhibit number is that?
2S, I believe. No, 2P.
2P?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Why did you take a sample of that?
Because it was odd. It could have been, from the crime scene or anything. I only took it to see whose blood it was. It looked funny, the way it was.
Did you do a DNA submission form with that sample?
Yeah, I think MBI did that, or they did the search warrant part for it.
Search warrant for
DNA.
DNA to be analyzed?
Yes.
In comparison to who?
First it was Caitlin that they tested with. It came back a male relative of Caitlin. Second time, more specific, it came back to Jeff Spence.
Okay. I don't like when they turn the volume off like that and I can't hear it because then I don't know how long they're going to be. They don't say we're taking a break. They don't say anything.
Might that be, Nancy
So he's looking at the death
It's gonna be more
penalty
than
then,
one.
right?
Yes.
Wow, they really threw him under the bus.
That, I believe this is a death penalty.
It'll be-
Real quick.
Well, yeah, it's
Three.
capital murder.
Yeah, capital.
Search warrant
Search warrant is, we'll make that 11.
Wow.
Jeff Spence DNA. I did.
Mm.
And then submission forms.
DNA submission form.
Yes, sir. Collected exhibit, 3 pages.
He's wearing almost the same shirt that Kirby was found in.
I've seen that too, and I was like, okay, I hear church bells again.
What time is it?
And then the
5:30, and I
laptop
think they're
sales.
on this. No, they're an hour ahead of us.
We're just going to do that for ID on
ID on it this time. I forgot about
Okay,
church
so
bells ringing on the hour, and that means you get close to lunchtime anyway. Heard the bell ringing there, this brick wall. That means find a stopping point, just what that bell rings.
We can take it to the February 3rd, and that'd be a good
Yep,
stop.
they're in the same time zone.
What happened in February where you went back?
Because this would have been about noon for them.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what I did on February
You got
3rd. I'm sorry. Here, give me just a second. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's been a long morning.
Oh, she located the blink module.
When you say she, who you talking-
Maddie Jane in the safe room, while they were in there, I guess cleaning and going through the stuff for the estate. When you walk in the door to the right, there was a bunch of boxes and it was back behind the boxes.
Did you go get it?
I did.
Do you have it?
I do.
Where is it?
Right here.
Sir,
I have that marked right here.
what are you just bringing evidence? Where did that come from?
What is it?
Blink box. Sink box. Blink
Sink box.
Handed you what's been marked for ID as Exhibit 14. You were called out by Maddie Jane. You went into the safe room on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And where did you find that?
In the safe room, what I'm calling the safe room.
Where in the safe room did you find it?
When you walk into the safe room, there was a safe here or a cabinet and some boxes over in the corner
And where was it?
behind the boxes,
All right. In what condition was it in?
just laying back there like that.
Loose? Was it connected to anything?
No, it was just like somebody threw it back there.
All right. Now, did you inspect the area in the living room where that normally was?
I did.
Did it look like a natural place to plug that in that area?
Yes.
On the mantle?
Yes.
And it wasn't there
Was not.
on December the 2nd?
No.
And you didn't find it until it was discovered behind the boxes on February 3rd?
Yes.
They would ask this be received in that.
Any objection? All right, be admitted.
I can keep going.
No, no. All right, let's get rid of that way of, I know we're gonna take a real long lunch, and I know that some of you are distant from home, you may want to go home, you may have to go to the restaurant. Let's be back in jury 1:15.
That is so
Ready to
funny.
get started back. Remember course instructions, don't.
That is so funny. You live close to home. We know this is a small town with all that. You
Yeah.
not even live close to home. You can go home and eat lunch. That is funny. Look at this judge.
So they're not going to give the jury lunch,
They did. They gave them an hour lunch. That's what
so
they
they
gave them.
can
An
go
hour.
home.
They can go home and have lunch, or they could order lunch or go to their local pub. He said, "Come back in an hour, though." So we skipped lunch. Here we go. That's the filing in. Oh, let's not show the jury people.
All right, hope everybody had a good lunch. Trust no one had any problems with court's instructions about the investigation and discussing the case. If you ever have any problems in that regard, let me know. You may resume your direct examination, Mr. Callister. Mr. Callister, remain oath.
Is that the jury?
No, I think no, that's not the jury. Those are just the court, the lawyers and stuff walking around.
All right, before the break, we discussed
Them already
the
not
report from
reported.
Scales Biolab. Where are they located?
In Brandon, Mississippi.
All right, do you deal with them pretty regular?
We use them pretty regularly.
For what purpose?
Biological samples, things like that.
And what do they do?
Test for DNA and other things.
So if you find biological evidence on the scene, you take a sample and you'll maybe get a sample, like in this case, from Caitlin and Jeff Spence, to compare that unknown sample to two known samples.
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
And you said the first result was somebody related to Caitlin Spence
A male relative, yes.
matched that spot on the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And did you get a search warrant for Jeff Spence's DNA?
MBI did.
MBI did?
They did.
And did they send that known sample of Jeff Spence to Scales Biolab?
I believe it
And
is.
they sent you a report back?
Yes.
And what was the conclusion of that report?
That the sample was Jeff Spence DNA.
I'm sorry?
The samples were positive for Jeff Spence's DNA.
Okay. It was a match.
Yes.
They would ask this to be received in that. It's exhibit S13.
All right, we'll be.
All right. I can have his mark right here. Search warrant, Jeff Spence. Cell phone. Search warrant. Jeff Spence. Cell phone. The first one was Rise, and this is iPhone. And then Karen Spence, cell phone. Now, where we picked up, or where we left off was around February of 2023.
Yes.
Any arrest warrants on the murder of Kirby Carpenter at this point?
Not at that time, no.
What was the next series of events in your investigation? And let me just ask you this. Did you receive any anonymous information?
I did.
When did you receive that?
I don't remember the exact date. I'm gonna try to see if I can find it. If I made a note of it or not.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit S18.
Yes.
Is that part of your investigative file?
Yes,
And how, do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you recall how you came into custody of that information?
I do.
And how did you come into custody of that information?
This anonymous letter was mailed to the Pennsylvania State Police. They in turn sent it to us.
Okay. Do you know when you got that information?
Sometime toward, I want to say the end of December. End of December 2022, I believe. I believe that's correct.
Now, did you later identify where that information came from?
I had a pretty good idea where it came from.
All right. Were you able to later confirm who that came from?
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
All right. Who did that come from?
From Giovanni. And his last name, oh, well, there you go.
Giovanni Aguado.
Yes.
Tell the jury who Giovanni is with.
He is married to Jeffrey and Karen Spence's other daughter, Carolyn.
As part of your investigation, were you able to put together how Giovanni and his wife, Carolyn, over the last few years have been involved with Carolyn's father and mother, Jeffrey and Karen Spence?
Oh, yeah.
All right. And can you just, as part of background, explain that to the jury, the connection in relationship?
For the most part, I finally started talking to Giovanni on phone and stuff like that, and he had stated that him and Jeff had had a lot of issues in the past, and
Don't tell us what Giovanni's told you.
I think you misunderstood the question.
Rephrase the question.
I just want to know sort of living arrangements, how they were connected. Were you able to figure out how Giovanni and Carolyn were connected to Karen and Jeff? Would have been in contact with each other?
several years, no contact.
Okay, and before that, did they live together?
I believe they did at some point.
Okay, for several years?
I don't know exactly how long, but it's a while.
And that would have been in both North Carolina and Virginia?
I believe so.
All right. Now then, the information that you received from in that anonymous form, the content of that, did you examine it?
I did.
And as far as your investigation goes, did it have any significance to you?
It did.
Why?
It told me I was starting to look in the right place.
All right.
What was your name?
Say it again and louder in the microphone.
It told me I was starting to look in the correct place.
Okay. Based on what was in that information, in the anonymous letter you received, as well as later communication with Giovanni?
Yes.
Okay. Now then, did you issue any arrest warrants after you received that information?
Did not.
All right, what happened after that?
After that, pretty much kept continuing the investigation, trying to, come up with some more stuff.
Okay. What did you do?
I'm trying to remember exactly. I'm sorry.
Tell the jury who David Barnes is.
Yeah, David Barnes, anyway, David Barnes was the guy that used to work for Kirby. Did odd jobs around Kirby's house, rode with him on certain trips and things such as that. David Barnes, I talked to early in the investigation if he knew anything, and he at the time told me he didn't know anything. As it went on, it ended up.
Can you tell the jury why you wanted to talk to him early on?
Because he was with Kirby a lot, and he might have an idea what kind of problems was going on, and maybe give me a suspects or something to look into.
Were you able to determine whether or not they worked, that David Barnes worked for Kirby Carpenter?
Yes, he did.
He did?
He did.
Prior to November of 2022, did you know that David Barnes?
I did.
All right, what did you know about him?
I've arrested him before for breaking into businesses, churches, things like that.
He broke into a church one time?
He did.
And arrested for it?
Yes.
Charged with it?
Yes.
Was he charged with arson?
He was also.
How did that come about? If you don't mind, just tell the jury what you did.
Well, there was a burglary at the Baptist church at Faulkner. And anyway, we had a video of somebody, and it was kind of about like he was hitting a pinata. He was trying to hit the camera and knock the camera down. It was swinging back and forth. Of course, I could tell who it was in the picture, by the, in the camera, could tell his face.
So while he was hitting the camera?
It was videoing. Exactly, it was videoing. After that, I guess he never could get the camera and didn't know where the box was that was recording. So the carpet of the church was set on fire, and it didn't burn the little spot, and it went out. But he was attempting to burn the church down to conceal his, it being him.
His attempts to hide his identity by the camera didn't work?
Yes.
Lighting the carpet on fire didn't work?
Yes.
All right. So, and that was your experience with David Barnes prior to that?
Yeah, biggest experience with him, yes.
But you knew that he had worked for Kirk?
Yes.
So you talked to him and he didn't know anything?
Yes, so he didn't know anything.
Later on, did he come back on the radar?
He did.
As far as the Kirby Carpenter investigation?
He did.
How?
We had multiple break-ins. Prentice County had one, Union County had one, Benton County had one, and we had a number of them. I don't remember exactly how many. A geofence was done, and it showed his phone left from the place in Prentice County, the restaurant in Prentice County, and went straight to his house. But then, of course, I knew who it was then, that, it was David Barnes. So at that time, we wrote a warrant for David Barnes' house, searched the house, arrested David Barnes.
Now, he had multiple charges against him for burglary of businesses.
Yes.
And any owners or just businesses?
I think just businesses, just commercial buildings.
Now, how did it come about that he was asking him about anything related to the death, killing of Kirby Carpenter?
We just started talking to him again, trying to see if he knew anything else. And some of the MBI agents had interviewed him, and Tommy Mason, investigator with the sheriff's office. At the time, he really didn't care much about talking to me, because I guess he was mad at me for going to prison. But they had talked to him, and after talking to him for a while, he started crying. And
It's all on video.
it's all on video. He started crying and everything else, and said that he had asked Caitlin at Kirby's funeral if he needed to know what happened, and she said things got out of control.
Knew that objection was coming.
I stand objected to hearsay.
And don't say what Caitlin said.
Gotcha.
Did David Barnes say anybody else was present during that conversation?
Jeff Spence.
And after Caitlin said what she said, according to David Barnes, what did Jeff Spence say?
He threatened him.
What's that?
It's a statement against interest.
What's it now?
It's a statement against interest.
Who's saying it though?
Jeff
Y'all
Spence.
don't approach anyway.
Form of hearsay, yes.
Just back up and tell me specifically.
All on video.
Yeah, it's all on video. He started.
It's a statement.
Okay, so they approached for just a second, but he does something because the defense attorney popped up. They sent the jury out, so this is going to be outside jury presence, whatever's going to happen.
And tell me what testimony you're offering, and then tell me your objection, okay?
Your Honor, the state would submit that David Barnes told investigators that he was at the funeral. He sees Caitlin. He says, "You know that you owe me an explanation for what happened. Tell me what happened." He says that Caitlin responded with, Kirby, and things got out of hand, and Daddy killed Kirby. What did you know the exact?
That sounds pretty much the last part.
And then Jeff Spence was there, and then he says after Caitlin finishes, he says, "Yes, and if you tell anybody, same thing's gonna happen to you."
And what's your objection?
Oh my.
They have flipped Caitlin. The government has flipped Caitlin. She's a witness tomorrow, I'm told. And Caitlin says that what David Barnes says,
Wonder what
She
kind
never
of
said-
car he drives.
she says that David Barnes is a liar.
Let's back up and tell me specifically, what is your objection anyway?
That Caitlin has repudiated every bit of what he says and now calls him a liar and says that she never said it and her
I'm
father
thinking
never
that
said it.
girl that
And I
killed
don't
her,
think this man
her
ought to
mom.
be saying, bring me David Barnes, let me talk to him, okay? Not this witness. This witness wasn't there.
So is your objection hearsay?
Well, yeah, a form of hearsay, yes. And David Barnes is a subpoenaed witness in this case.
I take it as a hearsay objection. If this witness is saying what somebody else said out of court, why do you contend it's not hearsay?
Your Honor, Caitlin's response is adopted by Jeff Spence, by his response. That's a statement against interest. That'd be number one.
Statement against interest to who?
To David Barnes.
That's David Barnes. All right. How is, I don't question that. If David Barnes says, this is what Jeff Spence said, we don't have an issue. It's this witness saying what what David Barnes told me is what the court has a problem with.
You're saying double hearsay?
It's double hearsay, is what I'm saying, and you could get by one, but I'm going to sustain the objection as to hearsay as to what David Barnes told the law enforcement officer. If David Barnes wants to come in and say what Mr. Spence said or what Caitlin Spence said, he can do so, but this witness can't testify as to that.
Thank you.
All right, show the jury back in. Is everybody good?
That's who the judge is, Denise, is Judge Kelly Luther. I don't know. TCN said the girl that offed her mom and the boyfriend found her. I'm not sure which trial you're talking about.
All right, you may proceed.
When was this, in 2023, that y'all were interviewing David Barnes with the cameras rolling, recording it?
November the 2nd, 2023.
November of 2023 is when you interviewed him, and he gave information about communications with
What's the
Caitlin
judge's
Spence and
name?
Jeff Spence.
Correct.
Once you had prior to that, had any arrest warrants been issued?
No.
Okay. After that, what did y'all do?
Kelly,
Had a
oh
meeting
no,
with the
his
district
name is
attorney's
Joey
office.
Arthur.
And we decided it was enough probable cause to have warrants issued for all three of them.
All right. That was done. What else was done? Search warrants?
Search warrants.
For what?
At the time, the search warrants were done, the ones that I think you're talking about were done after they were arrested.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for ID as 15, 16, and 17. What were these search warrants for?
No telephones.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Did you get search warrants for Jeff Spence's telephone?
We did.
All right. And Karen Spence?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to identify any other areas to search not in Mississippi?
Yes.
And where was that?
Virginia,
Where in Virginia?
or Saltville area.
All right. Is that where Jeff Spence and Karen Spence lived?
Yes.
All right. And at the point in time prior to the arrest, did you communicate with the Virginia Sheriff's Department?
I did after the fact.
All right. Can you tell me what they did after they received the arrest warrants for Jeff?
I think they watched the place for a few days and tried to catch Mr. Spence away from the residence when they arrested him.
Now, did they conduct a search incident to arrest on him?
They did.
And the property that he had on him was taken into custody?
Yes.
All right. Do you know what that is?
For the most part, I do.
Do you know where that property is?
It's in here.
Do you mind retrieving that?
I do not.
They have got to quit scraping that chair against the floor, put some wheels on it, put some rubber pads on the bottom or something.
I bet that's nice hardwood floor that he keeps.
And he keeps scratching, right? Right? Some nice maple flooring or something. He's like,
Darn him.
right?
You're gonna pay for it, sir.
Yeah, this guy, he should have took a deal.
That, you know, I feel
have
granted
this
he killed
water
somebody, but I feel sorry for him. To think that your wife loves you and to turn out like this.
For your wife and your daughter to throw you under the bus like this? I am just in shock. I am shocked.
I know.
They're gonna, and the daughter's gonna testify. It doesn't say anything about the wife, but the daughter, I mean, they are.
I don't think the wife can.
Testify tomorrow, so I mean,
It's just messed up. Like, how do you
Yeah.
do that?
I'm.
Money. Money is the
exactly.
root to
Money.
all evil.
You're right. You're right.
Well, he did. That's how he got caught. Is that he had
Did you obtain
that
that?
house.
He what? Say that again.
Those bars that he had.
Oh yeah, they found the gold at his house, right?
Yeah, they that's how he bought that house in Pennsylvania. That's how they caught up with him.
Oh shit.
Did you obtain that from Virginia law enforcement?
Yes.
How?
Investigator Carla Harris, Deputy Dean Key had traveled to Virginia to bring them back when they were up there. Miss Harris transported back the stuff from there.
Are you familiar with the contents of what was found on his person at the time he was arrested?
Yes, sir, for the most part.
All right, can you tell what that is to the jury?
The main thing was a lot of cash wrapped in aluminum foil.
How much cash?
I think $17,000 something dollars.
All right, wrapped in aluminum foil.
Wrapped in aluminum foil.
All right.
Wow.
So at the time that he was arrested, was there a search warrant that had already been prepared for his home?
No, at the time, my understanding, they had went to pick Karen up at the house. That's the time I talked to one of the Virginia officers. They had asked Karen about getting her phone. She originally said yes and gave them the code to get into her phone. Then she decided, well, maybe I need to talk to an attorney first. So they stopped her. By then, they had already went in and spotted the bank records and things like that kind of laying around.
In plain view?
Yes.
Okay.
So then they contacted me. I emailed them the information for facts and circumstances to obtain a search warrant for the house.
All right. So they executed a search on the house.
Yes.
From that, were any other search warrants issued by Virginia law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. Can you detail what areas were searched besides the house?
Safety deposit boxes and a storage unit.
All right. How many safety deposit boxes?
I think maybe 3.
Okay. Were there any other search warrants by Virginia law enforcement?
The house, the storage building, the safety deposit boxes. I think that's all.
Okay. Now, once those places were searched, did they obtain any property from those searches?
Yes,
And once they took that did they take it into custody?
they did.
And did they transfer it to Tippah County?
Yes,
Into your custody?
yes.
All right. I got this mark right here. It is an inventory of Virginia search warrants. All right. Can you review that exhibit? Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that an inventory of everything that was transferred from Virginia as a result of the search warrants to the County Sheriff's Department?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, if you'll step down and find the A1 storage search warrant property that's in your custody. Not on the exhibit, but down here.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I would ask that we receive into evidence the inventory.
Inventory list, yes, sir. You get it. And you did.
And the daughter is set to testify against him tomorrow. So that's going to be very interesting.
Let's have a mark for ID first. These 2 boxes are going to be marked for identification only. A1 storage.
Come here.
Collective exhibit 2 boxes or one, the exhibit for each box.
Collective exhibit, what number were you on?
We have 21.
21A and B.
Lola, share.
That's that contents of storage shed.
Yes. And just so we're clear, the contents in 21A You've examined the content?
I have,
Same condition as when Virginia transferred it to your custody.
for the most part.
If you
It's
examine,
been open before for everybody to examine it.
that would mean the DA's office, defense.
Yes.
We've all looked and examined
Yes.
the contents.
Yes, and
Same condition.
yes, and I've sealed them back with my initials when I got through.
Or do you mind looking at them now? Make sure they still are in the same, substantially the same condition as when you received them from.
Look, give the man a knife or something. Okay. You know he's from Mississippi. He pulled a knife out of his pocket in a courtroom to cut the tape. Okay. We all just seen that in a courtroom. He pulled a pocket knife out of his pocket. You'd never get away with that in Houston. They would lock your ass up. You can't bring anything like that in a courtroom. Oh my gosh. Man, you go through metal detectors. They pat you down. No.
That was significant to your investigation.
Exactly.
Yeah, a lot of valuable stuff.
And if you don't mind, speak up, even though I'm right here.
A lot of valuable stuff.
All right. When you say valuable stuff, you mean cash, coins?
Cash, coins, just different collectible stuff that's worth money.
Okay. Contents of anything in here of any?
Pretty much same stuff as in the other.
And these were from a storage, right? Who gets it? Where does that go? Who does it go to auction?
Who asked it?
Denise, where does this stuff go after trial? You're my resident that knows it all. Where does this go? Who gets it? Yeah, the Kentucky judge. Yeah, Judge Stein's smoking in his chamber.
I have this marked right here.
No, it wasn't Judge.
Looking at
Stein's the guy that shot him. The judge was
Exhibit S.
somebody else. There's another name.
That's my fault. S22.
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
It's some of the stuff that came from Virginia.
All right. And we've all examined this too.
No, we haven't opened that one.
Hadn't opened it up.
That one's the one that fell behind the thing in there when we had everything else up.
When we were all looking at it.
Mhm.
But this is First Community.
Yes.
Does that have any significance to you?
I'm assuming that the search warrant was on that also, safety deposit box.
Do you have any record of what this contains?
Yes.
And how do you know?
It has a barcode on the back with numbers that coincide with the items taken.
Does it have a description on that code?
It doesn't on the code, but it does on the page.
It says something right under it, or over it.
Cash and other items, you're right.
And who put that code on there?
They did in Virginia.
So that should match up with their records.
It should, yes.
Right. We have this mark right in. It's going to be Saltville branch. Bank of Marion, Saltville branch.
Bank of Marion.
Are you familiar? I'm sorry. Are you familiar with this exhibit S23?
Yes,
And it's got writing on it.
it does.
Virginia wrote that,
Yes,
transferred it to you from one of their search warrants.
yes,
Your understanding this came from the lockbox in the Saltville branch.
yes,
Have you examined the contents of that?
I have.
As well as all of us?
Yes,
Do you mind opening this and see if it's in substantially the same condition as when you received it from Virginia law enforcement.
Look at him. He's digging his pocket knife back out again, guys. Jeez. You can't pull a knife up, man. Dude, every bailiff in a Harris County courtroom will jump you. You will be on the ground. Oh, that just kills me seeing him open that knife.
All right. And you've examined the contents of the exhibits in that lockbox, correct?
I have.
All right.
Right.
Was there anything, if you don't mind, just for the record, when we open this box, can you describe how the property was marked in evidence bags?
Yeah, they pretty much put a label on every one of them with a barcode that coincides with stuff on the outside of the box and what's on the wall.
And so you can kind of just with your eyeball see through the clear, transparent evidence bag?
Yes.
With a description and a barcode on the outside?
Yes.
All right. Was there anything significant about the contents of S-23?
It's still
A
free.
lot of cash, coins, silver, gold, a little bit of everything.
Okay.
Coins, gold, silver, that's in that box. Okay. Yeah, I guess the deputies aren't going to jump in because he is the sheriff, you know.
Okay, that's 24.
Yeah, see, that box is probably worth some money.
Chilway, C-H-I-L-H-O-W-I-E branch. Chilway branch.
One more table here, Stan.
C-H-I-L-H-O-W-I-E. All right. Now, as part of your investigation,
There.
the Bank of Chilway branch, the Bank of Marion Chilway branch lockbox, were you able to determine when that lockbox was opened, the contract on that lockbox?
December the 2nd, 2022.
December the 2nd, 2022.
Yes.
And were you able to determine the time of Kirby Carpenter's death?
Yeah, we believe it was around 7 p.m. or so. The time his body was found, is that what you're asking?
No, when he was killed.
Yeah, around 7 o'clock on 11/30 of 2022, 7 p.m.
And what day was that?
on Wednesday.
Now, this lockbox was opened at the Chilway branch in Virginia under Jeff and Karen Spence's name
Correct.
on December the 2nd.
Yes,
And what day is that?
Friday.
Friday. All right. Now, do you know what time of day that lockbox was opened?
It was before lunch.
All right. Do you know what time of day that Kirby Carpenter's body was found on December the 2nd?
Somewhere around 12:30 p.m.
So this lockbox was opened even before Kirby Carpenter's body was found?
Correct.
Before the 911 call by Caitlin Spence?
Correct.
All right. Was there any, first of all, looking in that exhibit, is that in the same condition as when you received it from Virginia?
Yeah, except for the tape that's open when we all went through everything.
And have you examined the contents?
I have.
Have you examined the contents with me present as well as offenders?
I have.
Were there any items that were personal to Kirby Carpenter in that lockbox?
Yes.
Can you see if you can find them in that exhibit?
These items here.
All right. Your Honor, there's two evidence bags that are contained in that exhibit that I would ask that they each be marked as a sub-exhibit.
The
Independent.
main exhibit is S24. You want them to be S24A and B?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's going to be A and what's going to be B?
A is going to be a check from Kirby Carpenter to David Barnes. And B,
I think right is that she can.
bank receipts. Account number 4235. People's Bank. Yes. All right. I'm going to hand you, it's been marked right here, it's S24A. In your years of experience as an investigator, can you think of any value that that check would have to Jefferson that's been in the lockbox in Virginia? A check for how much is it?
$90
A $90 check from who?
from Kirby Carpenter to David Barnes.
Written to David Barnes?
Yes.
Can you think of any value that that check would have in that lockbox?
I wouldn't think of any value, unless somebody's keeping a souvenir or something.
In fact, the only value it would be to David Barnes in the amount of $90.
That's it.
Okay. Now,
I just because I'm surprised the defense didn't object to him saying just for souvenirs, because that's
the exhibit S24B, was that any of the receipts contained in that exhibit important to your investigation?
Yes.
And what did you do when you observed the contents of that exhibit?
Well, it had a receipt in here for the People's Bank, a transaction on 7/27/2022 in the amount of $5,000.
What kind of receipt was that?
A receipt from a withdrawal.
Okay, like ATM withdrawal?
I think it looks to me like it was stamped.
So Taylor actually stamped it?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And where was that bank?
People's Bank in Ripley.
All right. Do you know where that bank is located?
I do. They've got
Is
3
it-
branches in Ripley.
Okay, 3, it could have been one
Could
of
have been
3.
any of the 3, yes.
All right. Does People's Bank of Ripley have any banks outside of Ripley or Tippah County?
Not outside of Tippah County.
How were you able to confirm that they were from the People's Bank of Ripley?
Well, it's stamped the People's Bank of Ripley.
All right. Now, in all these other exhibits, did you find any other items that you could match to People's Bank of Ripley?
Yes, there were a lot of bank bands that they wrapped money with. They were stamped and had People's Bank of Ripley on them. And there was also a sleeve that you put cash in that had People's Bank of Ripley on it.
All right. Is that sleeve contained in that exhibit?
It is, I see it. It is.
Uh, Clearly identifiable as a bank envelope from People's Bank of Ripley.
Yes.
All right, and the bands, just in general, we're going to talk about it again tomorrow with Virginia,
Yes.
but just generally, how many bank bands from People's Bank of Ripley did you find?
I'm not real sure. 3 or 4, I think. They're all mixed in this new category.
Were some of those bands wrapped around money?
I don't remember if they were or not. I don't remember that.
And then some were not? Do you know?
No, I don't remember.
Okay.
Whenever I had them, they wasn't.
Okay. These two marked with ID.
Just mark it first on that. It's gonna be 25. Whatever you want.
All right. 25 and 26.
That's right.
All right, behind you is an exhibit 25,
Yes,
behind you.
yes,
Have you seen that before?
I have.
And 26.
Yes,
Is that some of the property you received from Virginia law enforcement
it is.
pursuant to a search warrant on Jeff Spence's home?
Yes,
All right. Have you examined the contents?
I have not opened either one of them.
Have not opened either one of them, but in substantially the same condition as when you received it from them?
Yes,
All right,
this one is.
that one is. 25 is not.
No,
All right. Now, as part of your investigation, can you tell the jury what the connection between the two exhibits is and where those items were found? And then what you did after they came into your custody?
this is a jacket that was found under the bed at Jeff Spence, Karen Spence's rent house in Virginia. There's a shotgun, a pump shotgun that was found wrapped, stuck inside of the jacket. Both were underneath the bed.
Okay. And they were boxed separately, although they were found, the jacket was wrapped around the gun.
Yes.
That's your understanding?
Yes,
All right. Now, what kind of gun is it?
it's a 12 gauge pump shotgun.
Did it have any rounds in it?
I don't think it did.
And when you received it, did you have a photo of it?
We did.
And based on what it looked like, did y'all try to do any testing of that gun?
We did. It had what appeared to be soil on the barrel of it.
Let's back up first. Did y'all look for any biological evidence on it?
Yeah, I requested that.
Was any
Yeah.
blood or anything found on it?
No,
All right, any fingerprints?
no, I don't know if they checked fingerprints or not.
It was wrapped in the,
Yes,
all right. And so, but you did see mud on it.
yes.
Did you compare what that mud looked like to the mud that was on Kirby Carpenter's jeans?
What's that?
I have an objection.
Okay, what you do?
They are trying to come from the back door on some testing that was negative, okay? They tried to have FBI.
Oh, y'all come here.
Oh, Colonel Sanders done made the judge. Oh, y'all come here. Y'all come here. Hold up. I got to hear that again. I'm sorry, just because I'm new.
Have to come from the back door on some testing that was negative, okay? They tried to have FBI.
Oh, y'all come here.
The judge said, oh, no, we can't talk about FBI. Y'all come here. He's trying to say, y'all bringing evidence in the back door? Sir. Okay, so that's why the gun has been opened, but the jacket box hadn't been opened. But you'd think they'd open the jacket box and look it over to see if there was anything on it. All right, I know. KFC, all I see when I see
You testified earlier about the conditions of the home.
Colonel Sanders.
We've seen photos of those conditions.
Yes.
Did you want to try to see if you could test the mud on the gun to see whether you could find out whether it was from Mississippi or not?
I did.
Who did that for you?
The FBI
Were they able to confirm that, or?
come back inconclusive, said it wasn't enough material on the barrel of the shotgun.
So inconclusive on the test conducted by the FBI at Quantico?
Yes,
All right. But you did observe mud on the gun?
yes.
All right. So other than the tape on that exhibit 26, I believe,
Yes,
with the gun, that should show where it was sent off to FBI lab,
yes,
it's in the same condition?
it is, as far as I can tell.
Okay. These other items, Was that related to your DNA swabs
I think it was. I think that's scales.
sent back and forth to the lab?
I think so. That's what it looks like.
Just an article that was found on the scene.
Yeah, that's, I think that's the pullover that was found by the pond up on top of the hill.
Okay.
Ended up, it wasn't blood on it. I don't know what it was.
Didn't result in.
No, it didn't. Not anything.
This sealed evidence bag,
Yes.
what does that contain?
Kirby's jacket, I believe.
The clothing that he had on?
Yes, the jacket, I think.
The jacket that he had on?
I believe so.
All right. If I could have this marked for ID. This is going to be lockbox. Okay. All right, the last exhibit, S27 for ID. What are the contents of this exhibit? Have you examined them before?
Yes,
Was this pursuant to a search warrant?
it was.
All right, and the contents of that exhibit are from Cadence Bank in Boonville,
Yes,
a lockbox
yes,
in Caitlin and Karen Spence's name?
yes.
All right. Now, have you examined the contents?
I think we looked through it.
And is it in the same condition?
Yes.
As when y'all took it into custody from the bank?
No, it's been resealed, but
Yeah, because we've all looked at it. and
Yes.
examined it. But other than that, substantially the same condition.
it is.
Now, were there similar items in that lockbox to what was found in the lockboxes in Virginia?
Yes,
And in those items, that property, that quality and nature of that property, is that what Kirby Carpenter dealt with as
Yes.
his profession?
yes,
And did you see items similar in nature in the home when you went and looked?
I did.
Court's indulgence. The search warrants on the phones, I would ask they be received into evidence. That's going to be exhibits. The telephones, 15, 16, and 17.
2 search warrants on Jeff Ken's phone, 1 search warrant on Derek.
Put it out from under my desk.
Any objection? All right, that'll be admitted. 15, 16, 17. Attend the witness. All right, we're going to take a short break. Be a good time to take. We'll just take about 10, 15 minute break. Let the bailiff know when y'all ready and we'll get back at you, okay? We'll be in recess.
Sit down. Okay, 10, 15-minute break.
In there.
Okay. Damn Lola up here trying to steal my pen. You know, they always start talking before they ever get the screen fixed. We've learned that with this war.
Good afternoon. Chris,
Yes,
you cannot say where these items came from unless the receipt you identified and the check you identified, okay? Everything else, could have bought it from me,
could have.
could have bought it from another store.
Oh,
Could have.
we're doing cross.
Bought it
They didn't
from
even
an
say that they were changed into
Could
cross.
have.
Well,
Unless I missed it.
Not probable.
do you see in box, whichever one is 302, all the auction numbers?
Well, there's some of that in there.
There sure is, and that would be legitimate purchase.
Yes,
Wasn't bought at an auction, but went and bought it from a metal dealer in Memphis or a metal dealer in Washington D.C. You can't distinguish that, can you?
I can't know.
Well, no, who can? Who can? I'm asking you, who can?
I don't
Do
know.
we have him as a witness?
I don't know.
Everything in all of these boxes could be the product of legitimate business and commercial dealings, couldn't it?
Could be.
And you're not saying just because they were in a lockbox, just because it had items in a lockbox, doesn't make it illegal, does it?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that a lot of what's here belongs to Caitlin Spence?
Some of the storage unit stuff does.
Matter of fact, you left a lot of the storage unit stuff, or you didn't, I'm sorry. Don't mean to confuse you with Smith County, of Virginia. A lot of stuff was left there. Clothing, furniture, are you aware of that?
Left where? I'm sorry.
In the storage unit.
Oh, I don't know. It's possible.
Well,
Up there, I don't know.
You're gonna have those people here tomorrow, right?
Yes, they're supposed to be here.
I'll make sure I talk to them about that. Now, you've got an item, Kirby had a way of writing a check. He owes you money, he writes you a check, you want cash, you give him the check back and he gives you the cash.
That's what I understood.
That's what this check appears to be, right?
That's what I would figure it would be.
Well, I mean, the check has no value to Jeff Spence, right?
No,
And his possession of it could be nothing more than an inadvertent grab or something on a legitimate business deal. Because he did business with Kirby. You knew that, didn't you?
no, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No,
Did Caitlin tell you that?
no, didn't tell me that.
All right. Well, there's no reason for Jeff Spence to take a check that has no value to him, right?
I don't think so. Wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so.
Okay, thank you. And the same thing would be true with whatever bank deposits there are, bank slips, right?
The bank slip, yeah, the bank slips could be, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that could be something.
Could have just inadvertently ended up in Jeff Spence's possession because of just grabbing in a very cluttered house. Did you tell me before, previous pretrial hearings, that this place was cluttered?
Yes,
Receipts,
yes,
papers, everywhere is what you told me.
yes.
Every room, right?
Yeah. There's some worse than others, yes,
Particularly the safe room.
yes.
It would be easy, don't you think, to inadvertently pick up something that I don't really want. Did you find the bags that Kirby would put stuff in when Jeff would buy it?
I did not.
A container, a box or a container? No?
No, I'm not sure what you're asking.
If I bought some coins or some gold coins or some silver dollars from Kirby, he's got to put them in something.
Oh, yes, sir.
Not just stuff them in my
He
pocket.
said
Yes.
he had a
You didn't find any
satchel. He said he had a satchel and
Virginia didn't find any containers and put them in the boxes?
I don't guess. I don't guess they did.
You didn't find any?
No.
All right. Let's talk about,
You know, I'm going to pause there for a second, Cindy, because you know what? I was just thinking that when he came up, he said, "Hey, Chris, sir, this is Deputy McAllister. I mean, what courtroom, unless they are good old boys like Murdaugh trial, who would come up and say, hey, Chris, or hello, Chris, or whatever?" They called him Chris. So that was a little disturbing to me.
David Barnes. Just make sure I've got it laid out for the jury. David Barnes got in trouble some number of years ago.
Yes, sir.
And because of the trouble that he got into some number of years ago, he is facing what we call the big habitual in Mississippi.
I don't know about the big. I know he's facing a habitual.
I'm going to ask you about it then.
Okay.
You understand that you can be charged in Mississippi as a career criminal, habitual offender, if you have at least 2 prior convictions.
Yes,
David has at least 2 prior convictions.
he does.
And in Mississippi, if one of those 2 prior convictions is a crime of violence, then he's not facing the little habitual, he's facing the big habitual.
Yes,
And the big habitual carries with it
life.
life.
Yes,
So
sir.
as it stands right now, and if David comes to testify tomorrow, Friday or Saturday or Sunday, he's facing the big habitual, life imprisonment, and he's been facing it ever since you got him in 2003, right?
I'm not familiar with a violent crime he was charged with. I mean, I may have just
Arson.
arson. Yeah, that's true. I haven't thought about that.
Arson is defined in Mississippi law as a crime of violence.
You're correct.
And that opens the door up and could slam shut on him.
You're
Unless
correct.
he sings like a bird.
Yes, sir. You're correct.
Now, let's talk about whether he has sung like a bird, all right? When Kirby was killed in 2022, David was talked to by you.
Yes, sir.
You interviewed him.
I did.
I don't know anything. That's what he told you.
Correct.
You then in 2023, brought him in again, talked to him again about the same topic.
Yes,
And he told you, I don't know anything, right?
I don't remember talking to him 3 times,
You
but
talked to him twice at 23, Chris, and you talked to him.
I
once
may
at
have,
22.
I may have.
Okay. Told you a second time, I don't know anything. I don't have anything to tell you, right?
I guess, yeah.
And then you got to investigating 4 burglaries in Faulkner. I don't know the other places, I forget. 4 businesses in Tippah County. And lo and behold, it's the career criminal at it again. And you brought him in on November the 2nd or 3rd of 2023. And he had enough, and he wanted to come up with something that would help you, right?
I don't know that.
Well, that's when he started telling you about this funeral business, right?
He told MBI and Tommy Mason about it. He didn't tell me.
He told the investigative team.
Investigators, yes.
He told the investigative team, oh, guess what I've got for you? Even though he had an opportunity in December of 22 to say it, once earlier in 23, a second time in 23, and only after he got arrested, and he knows he's facing life, as he comes up with a story, right?
He'd come up with it after he was arrested, but I don't think that was the reason he told it.
Y'all arrested him in November of 23, right?
Yes,
And that's when he came up with the story about the funeral home site.
that's correct.
You've been working on this case since December of 22, right?
Yes,
Still investigating it, right?
for the most part, yeah, but not really.
You-
Going over stuff.
Well, you're the case agent, or you told me once before you're the case agent.
I am.
You're still the case agent, right?
Yes,
And you know that Caitlin Spence has recently given a statement saying to y'all, when I say y'all, I mean the investigative team, that what David Barnes says was said in the funeral home is a lie.
that's correct.
So you've got one witness saying X, and another witness saying, no, it's not X, it's Y. No, it's not true. You've got competing witnesses. Am I right?
Yes, you're
Who
correct.
do we believe? Who do we believe?
I believe David.
You believe David?
I do.
No. You believe David in spite of the circumstances when he makes a statement telling you for over a year that he didn't know anything.
Yeah, if you watch the video,
I've watched every damn one of them. Yes.
based on his video, I believe he's telling the truth.
You think he's telling the truth in his videos about Kirby's meth dealing?
I don't know. I've never heard that
You thought he was
before.
telling the truth. You think he was telling the truth about Kirby's meth dealing?
I don't know. I mean, I've never heard that on Kirby. Never.
You heard it from David?
Well, yeah, I heard it during his testimony that time.
You heard it in your, you got about 10 videos, and I've watched every one of them.
Yes, sir.
And he talks about meth dealing, right? He talks about gun dealing, right?
I believe I remember the gun dealing part.
Yeah. Stolen guns, right?
Yes,
He talks about pills, right?
yes.
So he's telling you that Kirby was a drug dealer, not just a businessman, a drug dealer, right?
I guess.
Come on, Chris.
Said I guess.
Is that the best you can do? I guess.
Sir, harassing this
I
witness.
mean, that's what he's saying, so.
Okay.
What?
David also gives you several instances of Kirby's living a life of high risk and danger, right? And he talked about the meth dealers in the parking lot,
I love you.
the meth buyers, the buyers in the parking lot of the pawn shop. You remember that?
I actually don't.
You remember him talking about the Memphis gang coming after him?
No, I don't.
How about Ray Palmer? Ray Palmer, the liquor store buyer who was disgruntled and mad as hell about it.
Yeah, they had problems over money with the liquor store.
Say it again?
They had problems with money over the liquor store.
Well, to the point that Palmer wanted some relief and Kirby wouldn't give it to him. You realize that, right, Joe?
I know they've been arguing about it. How
about, you know, David Hancock is, don't you?
Yes,
You've seen Kirby's note that he wrote about David Hancock's phone call to him?
yes.
You want to tell these folks what it said?
Basically, he wrote a note that he had threatened his life.
Hey,
Who was he?
David Hancock, is who Kirby said.
Not only that, to be specific, he threatened to shoot him in the face. Didn't he?
I think that's correct.
And if that didn't work, he threatened to haul him out in the street and rip it, and Hancock and his friends were going to beat him to death, right?
Yes,
Kirby had enemies, right?
he did,
Kirby had folks who wanted to do him harm.
possibly. Well, evidently he did, or he wouldn't have been killed.
Evidently he did.
Yes.
It's not just possible. Evidently he did. Do you know of other instances of threats to Kirby?
I don't.
How about attempts on his life?
No,
How about his stepbrother shooting at him?
I don't know nothing about that.
You don't know anything about that?
I do not.
Let's talk a minute about December the 2nd. You get a phone call on December the 2nd compelling you to go to County Road 600, right?
I did.
You go. You're there all afternoon conducting an investigation.
Yes, sir.
And you described what you found with respect to where Kirby was, how he was covered. And then you expressed an opinion that I didn't object to. You gave an opinion that it appeared that whoever killed Kirby covered him up because they didn't want to face what they'd done.
Correct.
Looked like to you, did it look like it was an act of passion?
I don't know. It's possible, but I don't know.
Well, if somebody was going to cover him up so they didn't have to see him, wouldn't that imply that, in your opinion, that the culprit that killed him was going to be around?
Yes.
Who lived in the house?
At the time, Caitlin, and prior to that was Jeff and Karen.
Well, we know from your investigation that Jeff and Karen went back to Virginia on November the 29th.
That's what Caitlin said.
Do you have anything to contradict that?
The phone was turned off during the time frame in question.
Say it again.
Jill's phone was not working for the most part.
Well, Karen's
Yeah,
phone
of
was
course.
working.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean Jeff was with her.
Well, are you now reverting back to the notion that he never went to Virginia?
I don't know.
If he didn't go to Virginia on November the 29th, please tell these folks how he got to Virginia, because we know he was there.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know. There's a lot about this case that you don't know.
Correct.
A lot about this case that the state of Mississippi doesn't know.
That's correct.
And you've chosen him to be accused.
I haven't chosen anyone.
Well, you don't know if he was present on November the 30th. What's the proof? What's the proof that Jeff Spence was in Mississippi, Tippah County, on the evening of November the 30th? What's the proof?
Caitlin's going to testify that he is. He was.
Other than that, because we've got problems with that.
Okay.
Other than that, what's the proof?
Don't have proof he was there exactly.
You don't
But I don't know where he was because his
You
phone
don't
was
have any
disabled.
proof, Mr. Chris McAllister, that he was even there at all, do you?
It's going to be, like I said, that's what we have.
What's the proof that Jeff Spence went into this house? There is no proof.
In the witch house, I'm sorry, Kirby's.
Kirby's.
He didn't have to go in. He'd been staying there.
Well, he had gone home. Are you saying that he had independent access to that house?
Oh, I don't know if he did or not. I'm assuming he did if he stayed there 4
You know,
months.
Caitlin says no, okay? He didn't have keys to that house. You don't have any proof to the contrary.
No, I don't. I do not.
To the extent that you want to take a lifetime worth of dealing by Jeff Spence, because he was a dealer just like Kirby was, and try to make it into some sort of criminal activity. You don't have any proof that he went into Kirby's safes, do you?
No.
When you went there on the 2nd, you went through the entire house, right?
Yes,
Including the safe room.
I did.
Saw all this paper clutter, trash, but you saw nothing in terms of an attempt to go into any of the safes.
Yes, it's Colonel
Right.
Sanders.
No, not at that time, no.
Well, what are you saying?
That's why I'm so aggravated. The way he walked up to him, you know, and he's so casual, and he keeps calling him Chris, and he's like, I don't know, he's being a real smart ass. I'm
You didn't notice it. You noticed it at that time? Or you are saying,
There was no force to the safes, any of them.
no,
None of them, no force.
they were all locked.
As far as I know, they were locked.
Well, I've got notes here from some hearings back that the only person who had access to those safes Mary Jane Jones?
Caitlin did too.
I don't have that.
Caitlin changed the combination on it.
Oh,
But we'll talk, she's gonna be here tomorrow, right?
Correct. I don't know what day she'll be here though.
Say it again?
She'll be here one day. I'm not sure when.
Okay. We'll talk with her about that.
no.
You have no evidence at all that there was any force to enter that house?
No,
No. Didn't look like the door had been pried?
no, sir, did not.
I'm sorry.
Move the microphone, whichever please.
Well, I screwed the microphone up yesterday, so.
Sir, I hear him
I need
just
to be
fine. I don't
patient.
know what your problem is with this microphone.
Is this better?
Yes.
Is it better? I'm sorry. When
Stop.
when you were investigating
Ah, me, stop.
what went on
Sorry.
at the evening of November the 30th, that's what y'all think it is, anyway. What you said ever since I've been in this case, it's November the 30th. You said there were some things about Caitlin that didn't make sense to you as a result of your investigating that situation.
Yes,
And Caitlin, we know, lived there at that time and had been living there for 2 or 3 years.
yes,
And her parents have been visiting, but they don't live there. They have their own home in Virginia.
yes.
There were some other things about Caitlin's response to your investigation that you found questionable. Am I right?
Yes, I think.
Who would have knowledge of where the surveillance system was all connected?
Guess anyone that had access to the home.
Well, just because I have access to my daughter's house doesn't mean I know anything about all of her technology. Same would be true for just about anybody. You don't know of any evidence that would indicate that Jeff Spence had any knowledge about surveillance system, do you?
No evidence to show that, no, but he had access to it.
I know you have an opinion, but you don't have any evidence.
No, he had access. He had access to the house. He had access to the
Who would
camera.
have access to this,
I mean,
this little technology device that they found behind the box somewhere on February the 3rd,
Anybody that was staying in the house,
if they knew where it was, right?
I'm assuming. We were told to look the place that I would think it logically was, which was up there behind the TV in the living room.
sir, stop talking.
It was not there.
It was not there.
It was behind boxes in the safe room amongst all the clutter, right?
That's correct.
And whatever else was awry with respect to the surveillance system or the technology systems in that house. Anything else?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And didn't you say something about when Caitlin gave the statement on December the 2nd that she talked about climbing a particular hill?
Yes,
And you found that to be highly questionable, didn't you?
yes,
And we want to describe for the jury why we find it highly questionable. I agree with you. I've been there, I've seen the house, I've been in the house, and I have seen that hill. And tell the jury why you find it highly questionable.
I wouldn't even try to go up it.
Why?
It's very steep. It's more or less, it'd be described more to me like a small mountain instead of a hill.
And it's the incline is basically just slightly off from straight up.
Yes,
And isn't it, this is behind Jeff's house, behind Kirby's house. And as you try to go up that hill,
And she said
that
she went
hillside
up
is
with that
covered
baby.
with sap
Say that again.
She said she went up that hill with a baby.
With the, oh my Lord.
Yep.
and pine trees.
it is.
When I say covered, I don't mean one here and one
And he's saying it's covered in pine trees too. So
over there. It's just, you have to fight to get through it, right?
Once you start going up it, it looked like it had a lot of trees and bushes and things.
And
Can you hear
that's
me?
what Caitlin says that she was doing Friday morning, November the 2nd, before she found Kirby.
Correct.
And you found that to be highly questionable,
Definitely.
right? You've had access to her phone. You have access to Kirby's phone. And from my previous talks with you in situations like this. You conceded that Kirby and Caitlin were not on good terms.
They argued a lot.
They verbally fought a lot.
Yes.
And I think the word that you used the last time I was asking you questions is that their relationship at best was rocky.
Yes.
Am I quoting you correctly?
I think that's correct.
Do you know the source of their animosity between each other?
I do not.
Didn't Kirby have a reputation in the community, not just as a drug dealer, not just as a coin dealer, but also a reputation for, I come home when I get good and ready?
Yeah, I think
the
from
last,
what I can gather from her.
well, in my notes that I have here laying in front of me,
Yeah.
You said that he had a reputation for going missing. In other words, see him this morning, but may not see him for 2 or 3 days.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember?
I really honestly don't remember that.
Well, you do acknowledge, though, what I said to you a few minutes ago, that Kirby had a reputation for going and coming as he saw fit.
I think he was independent enough that he was going to do what he wanted to do on it, regardless of what anybody else thought.
And you know what his response would be if Caitlin objected to that?
What's that?
I'm asking you if you know.
I don't know. I'm sure it was some conflict in there.
Say it
I'm
again?
sure it was conflict in there.
How about violence?
I don't know about that either.
You don't know. You don't know if he ever shut her up by don't ask me questions like that. You
I don't know that for sure.
I have other folks.
Speculation.
That's
sir.
fine.
You're
We'll get
just
to it.
guessing. Irrelevant to me.
We have in front of you, we have in front of you a series of boxes that I take it we're going to go through tomorrow. And we have warrants that get us into where this information came from.
Yes.
But just so the jury understands, just what's in these boxes today doesn't mean what was in the bank boxes when they were opened. You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
The product of the searches that were done in Virginia are in these boxes, but those searches were like in 2023 or 24.
2023, I think.
23?
I think that's right.
Well, we've got a storage unit here that was opened as Caitlin came back to North Carolina. That's what the storage unit was for, to accommodate her stuff. And we have bank boxes from 2 other, we have cardboard boxes here from 2 other bank boxes. And they were opened in late 22.
Okay.
Just because they contained all this stuff a year later doesn't mean that those items went into those bank boxes on the day that they were opened. I'm correct about that.
Yeah, you're correct.
You can't prove otherwise.
No, I can't.
In other words, if I open a bank box today, I could be doing it simply in anticipation of needing it over the next few months.
Correct.
And I could be putting stuff in there as I'm accumulating it.
Correct.
And we know from the bank records that after both of these bank boxes were opened, that Jeff Spence, over the course of 2023, went back into each of them multiple times.
I can't remember.
6 times as to 11 and 7 times as to 302. You don't disagree with me?
I'm not going to disagree. I don't remember.
He's asking, come on up here.
Oh, moly. Very good old boys. I see it. Reminds me of Murdoch so much.
That trial about the grave.
Oh, you and me both.
Sorry, I was munching on some crackers. My blood sugar was getting low.
You're fine. You're fine.
Whoa! Somebody bring a GUN?
A big time door slam. I don't know what the heck that was. in our headphones. That was extremely loud.
I'm not recalling now what my last question was, so if you don't recall, I'll just move on. Do you recall?
I think it was about the dates on the, vote boxes.
Yeah.
Without reviewing one of them, I really can't answer. I don't remember.
I can give you generally the range of dates, but I can't, off the top of my head, can't give you exact dates, but I can give you generally the time frame of the dates.
Someone's whining for his girlfriend.
I'll move on.
I gotta go.
When you were investigating the scene on December 2nd, 2022, you found Kirby's body and you investigated all of that. And you found the key fob to Kirby's truck was in his pocket.
It was.
Along with $2,868.
I believe that's correct.
That's the correct amount. Well, that's the reported amount. I'm not sure. I know I wasn't there. All right. Am I right that this truck that Kirby drove had a self-locking feature to it?
I don't know. My truck's not that new. I don't know.
You don't. Okay. You don't
know.
You don't know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer to
Whether
that.
it's self-locking or not after 5 seconds.
Okay.
All right. But if it did, for somebody to get in that truck, they would have to take the key out of Kirby's pocket, open the truck, and then put the key back. Right?
I believe so.
There wasn't a second
But
key
you don't know
fob.
if there's any proof that actually happened.
There wasn't a second key fob. That's not an option. I mean, we have 2 keys to all the cars in our house. I mean, if you want to be realistic.
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you know if anything at all was taken from the truck? I don't mean the satchel because you don't know whether the satchel was in the truck or not. I'm talking about anything else.
I don't know.
Didn't you tell me once before that the truck was just as cluttered with stuff as the house?
It was.
Easily to pick up something that you didn't intend to pick up if I'm buying some silver dollars from Kirby. Wouldn't it?
I don't know.
Say it again?
I don't know. I can't answer that. That would be speculating.
Say it again?
That would be speculating.
Give me a minute to catch up on my notes here. Any idea who disabled the camera system?
I have no idea. Somebody that had access to the house.
Would you have to have access to the house to do what was done to deactivate the camera system?
I believe so.
Couldn't do it from outside?
No.
It would have to be somebody who could get into the house?
Correct.
Without having, doing any violence to the house, any obvious break-ins?
No.
You didn't see any such thing?
No.
Okay. And I'm told, I'm listening, that Kirby could access his security system on his phone.
I believe so.
Okay. Is there any way to tell that he did that day?
When the phone dump was done on his phone, I think it had it showed where somebody had accessed it maybe in June. And then it showed the day that me and Josh Bateman opened it up trying to access it to see if anything was on there. Rest of the time was completely gone off of there.
What would make it completely gone?
I'm assuming somebody got in there and erased all that.
When you say got in there, got in where?
His phone.
Somebody, you could do that in his phone.
I muted and I got shit to say.
Not just anyone, Caitlin and her mother.
Right, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like anybody that had access to his phone, or being, Caitlin also had access to the house. Her mom, anybody with access. And I have an app. I have a camera that sees all the cameras. I have 3 different apps because I have 3 different types of cameras around my house. I can delete as many days as I want off of it at a time. I can send pictures of my cameras to somebody else to open on their phone to show them what's going on in my house. So they're acting like they don't know anything about technology and cameras, and I'm getting frustrated.
And the mom and dad had been living there months prior to her giving birth to that baby.
To the baby.
So that mom had to have had access to those cameras.
Exactly.
To
And
be able to shut the alarms and stuff off.
Right. And the other thing, and that's what I was going to say too, with the alarms in the house and my doorbell is a different app. But when somebody pushes the doorbell, or even I have it set to where if they walk by the doorbell, it goes off.
Yeah.
You know? So, I mean, there's, okay, I'm going to calm down. We're going to listen. We're going to listen.
My town's too little for all that.
Yeah. I don't have a big house, but it was a bar at one time. So there is, I do have security and stuff. Yeah, he's grasping, Cindy. I'm totally with that. I mean, this is just, I want, ooh.
To cut all those off, because I wouldn't think someone with that much stuff would not have his camera working since June. So that's, to me, that tells me somebody.
Well, as cautious as Kirby apparently tried to be with guns everywhere, I don't think he would go 6 months with no access to a security system.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Say it again?
I wouldn't think he'd go that long either.
I wouldn't think so. Okay. Do you remember when you were interviewing Caitlin, she was talking about what was being taken from the house after the night of finding Kirby's body, and the next day, and the next day?
I just remember there's a lot of stuff being taken.
And it wasn't just one person taking it.
No, I think it was several people taking it.
As a matter of fact, if I'm remembering correctly, Kate's always had a lawyer, and I don't get to talk to her directly. But if I remember correctly, she described what was happening with Kirby's possessions on December the 2nd, Friday night.
Okay, that's going to be interesting. Because he just said he hadn't been able to talk to Caitlin because of her lawyer. And if she's supposed to be in court tomorrow to testify, how can he have not talked to Caitlin and know what she's going to testify about? I'm curious.
December the 3rd, Saturday.
Because she's probably going to plead the 5th.
But she can't, because she agreed to testify against her dad. So if she agreed to testify, she can't plead the 5th, can she?
I wouldn't see why not. Did you read the speculations of that one kid that's gonna testify against YW Melly? They said he can go in there and plead the 5th.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Right. Interesting.
So
Shit shows.
But I wonder if they made any other deals with her behind the scene that we don't know about. Just out of curiosity.
how do you kill a man and don't do no time?
Gets to raise his baby. The home spend the next 20 years in your house on probation for 20 years raising your baby, right?
Yep. She's got all kinds of money now because the baby is going to collect his Social Security.
You remember that specific language, right?
I remember that comment, yeah.
Okay. And she was referring to people just wholesale hauling out his possessions, right?
I think there were some items taken from there.
Not just some items. We're not talking about a handful. They were being taken out en masse, were they not?
According to her.
According to Caitlin.
According to her, correct.
And
That's what I'm thinking.
you know who those people taking it out were?
I think Kirby's mother's supposed to got some stuff out. She told me that the stuff that she took out of there was her stuff that he had holding for her.
I could claim it as my stuff.
I mean, you'll have to ask her that. That's what she told me.
Well, I understand. But Kirby's mother was actively taking stuff out of the safes and putting them in her car.
I believe
Yeah.
so.
And she had helpers.
A whole car full of stuff.
Todd Michael,
Maybe, I don't remember that.
her husband.
Yeah, maybe, I don't remember that. I'm not gonna say that.
I'm told that her husband objected to it. He didn't think it was right.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know about that?
I don't.
You do recognize that just like Kirby's mother is the grandmother of the little boy, Jeff and Karen are the grandparents of the baby.
Yes.
Okay. If one grandparent was hauling stuff of value out of the house, might it be a reasonable response? But the other grandparent would say, well, if I don't do something, my granddaughter not gonna have anything. That'd be a reasonable response, wouldn't it?
Possibly.
You went to the house on January the 9th, and I'm not seeing in my notes here what exactly you were out there for. Tell me again on January the 9th. You were called out.
Let me look back, make sure I'm telling you correctly. Because I was at the house multiple times over a period of a year. The blood on the stairs.
You went out because there was a drop of blood on the stairs.
Yes.
That's what I see this picture of when you're talking about luminol.
Yes.
We're going to talk about the drop of blood on the stairs, then we're going to talk about luminol. You remember when, well, let me back up a second. This drop of blood on the stairs is further than from here to the other side of this room from where y'all claim Kirby was shot outside.
It's not that far, no.
Well, let's talk about that. The stairs that we're talking about come out of the foyer, the entryway to this home.
Yes.
The front door.
Yes.
People rarely use, I'm told.
Yes.
And this is a large house. And you go up a flight of stairs and you make a turn, you go up another flight of stairs and make another turn, and you go into bedrooms.
Correct.
And when Jeff and Karen were there for that period of time when they were helping out, that's where they were housed.
That's what I understand, yes.
And it wasn't uncommon for towns, when he was there, got along really well with Jeff, to stay upstairs. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I think that one side room was his room.
Side room from
From upstairs.
Yes. And the stair where the blood spot, and we're talking something not any bigger than
It is very small.
not as big as my little pinky.
No, sir.
All right. My pinky nail, I should say.
Probably about the size of a match head.
About the size of a match head.
Yes.
And you don't know the source of that blood.
I know the source of it, but I don't know. I mean, I know whose blood it is, but I don't know how it got there.
But you don't know if he cut himself shaving.
I do not.
He had a nosebleed.
No, I don't know that. I don't know that.
Okay. And when I was out there, Miss Jones allowed me and other lawyers, and you,
Yes.
to come go through the house. I asked you to just tell me point blank. I said, what's the connection between what's up there and what happened out there? And then I'm going to quote what you said.
Yeah.
You said, I don't know.
Hearsay.
And you still don't know.
No, I don't.
You can't make any connection with it at all, can you? I just want the jury to understand that the blood you're talking about is completely removed from this drop of blood, right?
Talking about what, a luminol versus the drop?
Say it again.
What was luminol versus the drop?
No, I'm talking about where the drop was, that site on that stair step, almost at the top, completely removed from what's outside.
Oh, from the crime scene. Yeah, it was away from it.
Away from it, quite a bit away from it.
Yes.
Yes. And there's no blood trail. You didn't find any blood from the entryway to the garage where you think Kirby was shot, into the house, to the stairs, up the stairs to that drop. There was no trail.
There was, and there by the sink, there were luminol activated right there. And there was a wall for some reason that had been repainted in a couple of spots. But I didn't test the luminol from there because usually a lot of times I think luminol will, once you spray it, it's hard to really read, for sure what it is.
Well, we're fixing to talk about luminol, but my point is, you didn't see anything that you could test to make a connection between upstairs and outside of the garage?
I did not.
Okay. Didn't find anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, this luminol business. Luminol will react to a lot of things, right?
Bodily fluids mainly, yeah.
Well, if I've got a 3 or 4 year,
Proteins.
say it again?
Proteins and bodily fluids and stuff.
I've got a 3 or 4 year old kid and he's trying to make it up the stairs and doesn't make it and ends up messing up his pants.
Sorry.
What's on the stair step would react.
I accidentally bumped the top of the thing up there.
Yeah, chili.
I accidentally bumped the top thing up there and it just X'd right out of it.
You're learning, honey. It's going to take just a little bit, but you're getting it.
I know I should put that over there so I can't bump it.
Pretty soon you'll be doing it all on your own on your channel. See?
Yeah.
Patience.
Same thing would be true if my dog had an error.
Yes.
It would react to luminol.
It would.
luminol reacts to a lot of household products, right?
I believe so.
So just because you've got this luminol spot that the jury's going to see when the evidence goes with it, doesn't mean anything in terms of the facts of this case. Would you agree?
It's very close proximity to the blood drop.
Oh, well, I know the luminol is right there on the
It's right
same
next to
stair
it, correct.
but that could be from
It could be.
anything.
It could
Matter
be.
of fact, luminol will react to I was going to varnish my steps. Luminol will react to varnish.
No, I'm not familiar with that, but I have no reason to doubt you.
Well, don't, because I researched it, all right? I'll send it to you. I may be getting close to the end, Chris.
Good.
Yeah. You're sick of sitting up there, I know.
Chair was kind of bad.
Yeah, back hurting?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Like, sure you are. Do you see that look? Like, sure you're sorry, asshole. He didn't look happy. Sorry.
Does Ripley still have first Monday?
It does.
Is that still every Monday?
It's usually the weekend before the first Monday of every month.
That often?
Yes.
I know, I went once when it was Labor Day weekend, and quite impressive, actually. And that's still a big day, right?
It is for some people, yeah.
When you go through all of this stuff that you say was taken out of the storage unit in Virginia and the bank boxes, you do that without any real knowledge of Jeff's own activities as a businessman.
Yeah, I don't know that.
You told me you didn't know that he was into the same stuff that Kirby was into.
No, that's what I just said. I did not know
You
that.
did not know that, okay. Anything else about him that you didn't know? Do you know he was a beekeeper?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of messages about bees.
You know how many hives he had?
I have no idea.
And beekeepers, make money from harvesting honey.
They do.
They also make money from selling bees.
Yes.
You knew that.
Yes. Know a little bit about it, not much.
Okay. Do you know he was also a registered German Shepherd breeder? AKC registered?
No, did not.
Do you know that he had actually brought a litter of puppies this first Monday? Sold every one of them.
Okay.
Do you know that he was also a landscaper?
No.
A horticulturist?
Did not.
Okay. Well, we'll get into that more later from other witnesses. I'm just wanting you to understand that just because there's money in these boxes doesn't mean that it came from somebody other than his own labor.
Objection. Commentary, not question.
I'm sorry, Jeff. As to the gun that's behind you, that's a 12 gauge or 20 gauge?
It's 12 gauge, I believe.
It's a 12 gauge?
I think it is.
And you told Mr. Ben Creekmore that from your estimation of what you saw, you thought the distance between Kirby's shooter and Kirby would be about the distance between, you said, me and you, meaning
Yes,
Chris
I did.
and Ben.
I did.
And am I about the same place that Ben was?
Yes, I think so.
So you think this distance is from your experience as an investigator, what you think the distance was from the barrel of the gun?
More of my experience of shooting shotguns.
Does that mean?
It's more of my experience in shooting shotguns on how far it spreads out and things such as that.
Just let me finish, okay? And I'm wanting a record. I don't want this case to go to another court and we be talking about question marks. I want a record, all right? And you said from you to me, and I'm saying to you back, I estimate that to be 15 feet.
That's about what I estimate it to be.
That's what you estimate. You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
So you think the shooter was, barrel of the gun in the shooter's hands was at least 15 feet from Kirby?
I believe so.
And you've talked, from my notes, you talked about pattern, and you estimate this to be a 12 gauge shotgun from what? What are you looking at when you say that?
At the time, I counted the pellets, and I really can't remember how many I counted. And then we looked them up to see how many pellets was in a buckshot, and it was about the same amount that I found in the holes in Kirby.
Wouldn't a 12 gauge shotgun be powerful enough to make exit wounds?
He had a lot of clothes on.
But there were no exit wounds.
Had a heavy jacket on.
There were no exit wounds.
No, none that I know of. I never did take his jacket off or look behind.
And wouldn't a 12 gauge shotgun have a wider pattern than a gun of a smaller gauge?
Just depends on how far back you are. The further back you are, the more it spreads out.
We've agreed on 15 feet.
Yes, sir.
And I'm asking you, as an investigator and a coroner, wouldn't you estimate that, or wouldn't you conclude that a 12 gauge shotgun would have a wider pattern at this distance than a gun of a lesser gauge?
Not necessarily.
Any way to make that determination?
I just know the higher the gauge, the more velocity it is for the pellets, and they're not going to spread out as fast as they would with a smaller one. If that makes any sense.
Well, to me, it doesn't make any sense. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not following you.
Yeah, okay.
When you go up that hill behind Kirby's house, like Caitlin said she walked, how far is, if she's going to the deer stand, which is way up there, I'm told, how far do you estimate that to be? You've never done it though, have you?
I rode up there on the side by side,
Well, okay, that's what I would have done.
but I didn't. I didn't attempt to go up the hill, no.
Didn't Tommy Mason attempt to do
He
it?
did, he did.
Okay. Did he make it?
No, he did not.
He didn't make it?
No, he did not.
I'll tease him about that. Okay, well, I'm trying to figure out how far Caitlin says she walked, quote, looking for Kirby when he hadn't shown up in almost 3 days.
I don't know the exact, just estimating a quarter mile up the hill.
Judge, let me just thumb through my notes, okay? There was some blood in the carport, or what you said you thought was blood, that you never had tested to determine either if it was in fact blood and determine. Why didn't you have it tested?
Excuse me. Oh, like I said, at the time, we were gonna try to test it and everything, and it was so much going on and so many, things going on, and I thought somebody else had already collected a sample, and they thought I already collected a sample, so it didn't get collected.
Has David Barnes, is his case over with?
It is not.
Is pending, his case is being held over his head, pending whatever happens here, I take it.
Didn't promise him anything, so.
You're not involved in those decisions, sir?
No, I'm not.
Did you ever determine the name of the man from Chattanooga, Tennessee, that Kirby had gotten ripped off by his Memphis gang, and he tried to flip that being ripped off by going to Chattanooga and recouping his money from the diamond guy?
I don't remember. I talked to the guy on the phone, but I don't remember what his name.
Did you investigate that guy?
I talked to him.
Did you ask him where he
But I didn't ask him anything about all that, because I didn't even heard anything about that.
Did you investigate where Ray Palmer was on November the 30th?
To Ray Palmer, MBI, I talked to Ray Palmer.
Well, you got access to what MBI does. Y'all are a team. Did anybody ask Ray Palmer, where were you on November the 30th at 7 o'clock at night?
I believe MBI did when they talked to him.
You know which MBI agent is that?
I believe it was Josh Jarvis. It may have been Daryl Mathis with him. I don't remember for sure.
How about David Hancock?
I talked to him briefly out front.
The kind of threats he made to Kirby, and you talked to him briefly. That's all you
Yes,
did.
he didn't have access to the house and to the sink box to hide it and disable the cameras.
Well, we don't know who did all that.
I don't believe David Hancock did.
Well, you're not saying that Jeff Spence had access to it.
He had access to it through his daughter.
Say it again.
He had access to it through his daughter.
What day? That day?
It's whatever day.
After he had gone to North Carolina and y'all claim he came back?
I don't know. I mean, he had access to it that day through her.
What I described, you weren't in the opening statement, were you?
I was not.
You were not. I described to the members of the jury my understanding what the state's current theory is. And that is that on November the 29th, we left, Karen and Jeff left 10 hours. And the theory is that Jeff came back 10 hours the next day. And then killed Kirby and went back to Virginia 10 hours. Is that still the theory?
That's a possible theory.
Well, if that's not the theory, tell me what it is.
It's a possible theory.
I'm not asking you if it's a possible theory. I'm asking you if that is the government's position. I'm entitled to know.
That's based on what Caitlin says. That's the theory that he returned.
Well, we're gonna deal with that because Caitlin is thinking something.
Correct.
Well, let me visit my desk. I got folks making notes. Go to trip.
These dogs are horrible today. I am so sorry. Okay, they take a break and they come back. There's one more guy. Damn it, Lola. Oh.
Dealt with.
Okay.
I gotta go use the bathroom.
All right. These dogs are horrible today. Okay. Y'all go lay down. Go lay down. Mommy will complain a little bit. Y'all go lay down. Judge, what are you scratching? Oh my God!
All right, you may redirect for the state.
Okay. You were asked about David Barnes on cross-examination.
Yes.
Do you know when he was being investigated for that string of break-ins, whether he was arrested in Union County? Do you know Union County?
He has charges in Union County.
Were they the ones were you there when he was arrested?
Yeah, I arrested him.
Okay. Did he have any items, search incident to arrest, related to Kirby Carpenter in his possession?
Did not.
Anything that looked like any of this property that was taken from A1 Storage or any of the bank safety deposit box in Virginia?
Did not.
Now, are you a ballistics expert?
No.
Okay, so your testimony on that is just based on your
Personal experience.
personal experience.
Yes.
All right. Now, Ray Palmer, do you know if that matter was part of the estate that Bart dealt with? Whether there was some business conflict or controversy?
I believe it was. You'll have to ask Bart that, though.
Right.
I believe.
Now, David Hancock, did he come by the sheriff's department after Kirby's death?
He did.
When did he do that?
Seemed like it was the next week after Kirby got killed.
All right. Did you call him to come down there?
No.
Why did he come down there?
He came down there wanting to know what he needed to do to try to get his $2,500 back that Kirby owed him.
All right. Did you tell me how old he was?
He was 70s.
Older gentleman?
Yes.
Want to know how to get his money back from the estate?
Yes.
All right. Now, in that letter that David Hill asked you about, journal that Kirby Carpenter had recorded where they had threatened him, David Hancock?
Yes.
Was there somebody else?
Adam Gates.
All right. And he was associated with Hancock?
I guess. I don't know.
Did you know that other guy?
I did know him.
And how old was he?
Adam was in his 30s, I think, maybe early 40s.
All right. And so he would have been included in one of those that had made a threat as recorded in Kirby's journal.
His name was in there, yes.
Did you investigate that part of it?
He had died from COVID. He was dead when Kirby was killed.
Okay, so he couldn't have done it.
He couldn't have done it.
And based on your investigation, I think the one thing that you've been saying all along is somebody close to him had access to the house.
That's correct.
Primarily because of how the body was displayed, condition it was in, as well as the security camera.
That's correct.
Now, you were asked about whether the items that were found in Virginia, specifically (24A and B), the items that you did your own investigation on, in and of themselves, they don't have value.
No.
You wouldn't just pick that up. I believe he said he may have inadvertently picked them up out of the house.
Yeah, that's what he says.
Mr. Hill said.
Yes.
But how many receipts, and including the check, as well as the bank bans from People's Bank and Ripley, were there? Was it one document?
No, it's multiple ones.
Multiple. You had receipts from where he had gone to the ATM or gone to the teller and withdrawn money?
That was Kirby's receipt.
All right. And you had the check that was from Kirby to David Barnes.
That's correct.
And in order to get a receipt from the bank, that would be during banking hours.
Yes.
Normal working business hours.
Yes.
And Kirby would have been conducting his own personal business as well, correct?
Yes, I'm saying yes.
And what would he normally carry with him everywhere he went when he conducted his business?
The satchel.
All right. Would it make sense for someone to put those kind of receipts from the bank in that satchel after they
Yes.
made a transaction at the bank?
Yes.
All right. Was there another one that you followed up on besides the bank receipt?
Had a Panther's Den receipt.
What is that Panther's Den
It's a
receipt?
convenience store down the road from Kirby's.
Okay. And what was that about?
It's just something he had bought in there. I guess kept the receipt.
That's all I have here. Can he remain on the spindle bills?
You may stay out of courtroom anyway, don't discuss the testimony with anyone. Go to state dollars next week, you may excuse you.
State Park Bar.
Mr. Alistair, if you would show hard ass in when you come in, things going out. Hey, Mr. McAllister getting you there anyway. You just go back to sleep. McAllister getting you there anyway. You just go back to sleep.
You can go back to sleep. He's talking to the bailiff. He just told the bailiff to go back to sleep. Sir.
Have a seat there and witness you.
My name's Bart Adams.
And where do you live and what do you do?
I live in Ripley, Mississippi. I'm an attorney there. I have just a general practice and just a typical small town practice. We do a little bit of everything. I have been a municipal court judge. I've been elected as the county prosecutor for 5 terms now. So I've been doing that since 2008. I do anything and everything that walks through the door for the most part, except for domestic work.
We know each other.
That's right.
You know, it's all right if I call you Bart.
Absolutely.
What I usually call you. Bart, did you know Kirby Carpenter?
I did.
How long did you know him?
I would say 12, 15 years.
All right. And were y'all acquaintances, friends? How would you describe your relationship?
I would say we were acquaintances, and Kirby was a client of mine.
Did you know his family, his mother, Mattie Jane?
I did not know Miss Maddie until all of this started.
What about his sister, Casey?
I had met Casey before and dealt with her.
Did you just work for her?
Yep.
All right. So you've been around Kirby, you say 12 years. Were you familiar with his businesses?
I was. He had a gold and silver store.
Was that North Mississippi Gold, Silver, and Coin Exchange?
That's correct, and it was right across the street from me, from my law office.
What other businesses did he have, if any?
Kirby got in the liquor business after liquor passed in Ripley, and I represented or assisted him getting all that set up. I had done some real estate transactions for Kirby. I'd done some title work. I had done some closings for him.
So he bought and sold land?
Yes, sir.
Now, he was a musician too, was he not?
He was a jack of all trades, I guess. He had a lot of interesting things.
Was he, could he play?
Yeah, I had been over to his store before, and he was in there picking on the guitar, I guess.
Did he collect guitars?
It appeared that way. There were a bunch of them in his store, and obviously once I got into the estate, there were a lot of guitars.
And you said you already testified that you had done some legal work for him?
That's correct.
Mainly land type work?
Land work. I believe I created an LLC or two for him when he was purchasing the liquor store and that type of thing.
And I believe you mentioned his gold and silver and coin business. Were you familiar with that business?
I was.
Would he have these items in his store?
He had all kinds of items in that store, anything from gold and silver to coins to, there was ammo, there were guns, there were guitars. He had some kind of old coffin in there that was I guess just a showpiece more than anything.
Antique cars?
He was involved with antique cars as well, yes.
Would it be fair to say that anything he could collect, he was interested in?
Absolutely.
All right, did you, as far as the gold, silver, and coins, now we're not talking about change out of your pocket, you're talking about valuable coins?
That's right, yeah, collectible coins. He also dealt with a lot of, I don't know how familiar you are with that stuff, but the older quarters, nickels, dimes, they also contain silver. He dealt with a lot of that kind of stuff.
Gold bars?
Absolutely, there were silver bars, there were gold coins, gold bars, all of that type of stuff.
And during your acquaintance with him, did he get you into buying and selling gold and silver and coins?
He did, yes.
Did you do? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I bought gold and silver from him. I've sold him gold and silver. I've sold bars. I've traded bars, gold bars or silver bars with him, and as well as coins.
Did you ever know him to be without inventory?
No.
With respect to gold, silver, and coins?
He always had something. It may not be exactly what you were looking for, but he always had something.
All right, so let me ask you this: Did you deal with anybody else when you were trading and buying and selling gold, silver, and coins?
Not really.
Why'd you just deal with Kirby?
I was comfortable dealing with him. I trusted him. I didn't feel like he was going to, I guess, try to rip me off or take advantage of my lack of experience or lack of knowledge in that stuff.
Knowing Kirby, did you see him pretty often? Can you hear me?
So they told me to do this.
That's why I need assist. I'm tall. I was born like this.
Yes, I saw him. You know, it just depends. I would go 3 weeks and see him several times a week, and then I'd go a month and not see him.
Did he ever have something on his person that caught your attention?
Kirby oftentimes wore a hat. He always had I call it a man purse, a bag, a satchel, something. I don't really know what everybody would call it, a briefcase maybe.
I would call it a satchel.
Okay.
Stay away from man purse.
Fair enough.
Did you know what he kept in that satchel?
I never looked in it personally, no.
Did you ever discuss that with him?
He and I never discussed it. And when in my business dealings with him, he had pulled out coins. He had pulled out cash to buy coins.
Out of the satchel?
That's correct. I also know that he had come into my office before with that and had paperwork, deeds, or other paperwork, whatever we were working on at the time. He had that kind of stuff in there as well.
All right, well, being a person that dealt, is it a fair statement that he regularly traded gold, silver, and coins?
I think that's a very fair statement.
Would it surprise you that he would carry a lot of cash in that satchel?
It would not surprise me at all.
He also carried a firearm, did he not?
He did.
Does that surprise you?
Not at all. Seems like he always kept a pistol in his pocket.
You know why he did that?
I guess personal protection. He and I never discussed that.
All right. Well, would you be surprised somebody that carries around a lot of cash or valuables would carry a firearm?
That would not surprise me at all.
All right, let's just move on to how did you learn that Kirby had been killed or Kirby was dead? And when did you learn that?
I believe it was Sunday evening, would have been December the 4th of 2022. believe it was Sunday, it may have been Saturday, I'm not positive on the date, but the sheriff's department called me. I get these calls all the time being the prosecutor. They want to know what to do.
Yeah, you're county prosecutor,
That's
right?
correct, yes. So they called me asking what to do. Somebody was at Kirby's house loading bags of silver and other coins into the back of a vehicle. They didn't know whether they should let these people go, leave them there, arrest somebody. They didn't know what to do. At that point in time, nobody knew who it belonged to. I didn't know who was arguing. I don't ask who these people are when they call me with those kind of questions.
Sure.
I intentionally don't ask that so that it doesn't taint my answer. My answer to them was, if there's two parties there and both of them are saying it's theirs, it's a civil matter. They need to go see a lawyer tomorrow morning. After we had the conversation, had completed all that, I asked them who they were talking about. And that's when, it may have been Chris McAllister that I talked to. I can't remember for sure. That's when they told me that it was Kirby Carpenter.
Kirby Carpenter died.
That's correct.
Okay. So at the time you, received the call, well, we gave them the advice that this property that being taken or loaded into the car. Did you know Kirby had died then by that time?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, at some point, you opened an estate for Kirby. Is that correct?
That's correct. That conversation that I had, I believe, was on a Sunday evening, and then Monday morning, I met with Kirby's mother and sister.
That would be Maddie Jane and Casey?
That's correct, and then opened the estate later that day.
All right, now, was a will ever located?
No, nobody could find a will anywhere when they came to me, and then in all my searching afterwards, I never found the will.
You do a lot of estate work?
I have in the past. I try to limit that too. I try to stay out of chancery court as much as I can.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand. But just for the jury's purpose, this is what we call dying intestate without a will.
That's correct. Yes.
All right. Now, what significance does that have to do as far as heirs go?
If you die intestate, your heirs are set by statute. So Kirby was not married, so everything he had would go to his children.
All right. And that would be Towns?
Towns and Nola.
All right. They would be the sole and only heirs.
That's correct.
And I believe, and we don't have an executor in an intestate estate, we have an administrator.
That's
right.
correct. And who's executor is only if there's a will.
Right. And who's named the administrator?
Maddie Jane.
And that is by an order entered by a chancellor. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Now, as part of the administrator's duty and the estate attorney's duty, as part of that, is one of the duties to marshal what we call marshaling the assets of the estate.
That's correct. Once somebody is appointed as the administrator, they are responsible for the assets of the estate.
All right. And let me back up a little bit. You became aware at the time that some people had taken some things, various people had taken various items that would have been part of Kirby's estate. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes. Maddie Jane had told me that she had taken some of the items, and that I believe Caitlin and possibly Jeff and Karen had taken some of the items from the house.
And what were your instructions to these people?
They needed to bring all of that stuff back so that it could be secured and inventory.
All right. So that's what you do. As you're marshaling the estates of the assets of the estate, your inventory.
That's right. Yeah. I began an inventory the following day. So I opened the estate on Monday, began doing an inventory on Tuesday the 6th.
And I believe you got your two boys to help you one night. Is that right?
I did. I think that was probably the following week. The first time I went out to Kirby's house on the 6th, I had no idea the amount of stuff we were talking about.
Okay.
I don't know why I didn't expect everything that was there to be there.
All right. So you went out there on the 6th?
That's correct.
All right. And who was there? Who was at the house at that time?
Maddie Jane was there. I believe Casey was there. Caitlin was there. Caitlin's mother was there. And Enola was there. It seemed like there were a couple of other people around. I don't recall who they were.
All right. Could you generally describe the inside of the house?
It was a lot. There was stuff everywhere.
Was it tidy, orderly?
No, there was stuff everywhere. Their bedroom was clothing. There was items all over the dresser, the chest of drawers. There was a room in the back that had a safe. I call it the safe room. There were like 3 safes in there, and then another little locking cabinet. And you had to pick and choose where you even walked to get in there.
Right.
And stuff was literally stacked to the ceiling.
All right. And I believe there were 2 or 3 trailers outside.
There was as much stuff outside as there was inside. The garage, when you walk into the house, there's a 2-car garage, and that garage.
Garage or carport?
It was a garage.
Okay.
It had garage doors. And one side of that garage was just packed full of stuff. The other side, there was a walkway, but other than the walkway, it was packed full of stuff. That's how you went in. That's how most people seem to be going in the house. That's how I went in the house when I got there. Outside was, I guess, a portable carport that had a vehicle. It had a car under it. It had a motorcycle maybe under it. Seems like there were a bunch of gas cans, just stuff. There was a camper in the driveway. There were several enclosed trailers out there. There was another storage building in the yard as well that you could barely walk in.
All right, you mean one of those storage buildings you might get at Lowe's or Home Depot?
Yeah, it was a little bigger. It was a little nicer than that. Somebody had built this one. It was bigger than something like that.
Now, is it true that did you tell Maddie Jane to put locks on the trailers?
I did. I told her, well, it was her responsibility to secure all of the property.
All right.
That was the easy stuff that was accessible. Everything else, for the most part, they shut the garage doors and locked the door to the house, and nobody could get in to get to any of it.
Were you ever made aware of a concern about the defendant, Jeff Spence, taking silver from the house?
Yes, on several different occasions. Obviously, the night that law enforcement called me, he was allegedly taking bags of silver. I was told on a couple of different occasions that he had gotten other items out of the home as well.
Now, you had, be fair statement that you had a lot of stuff to inventory, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And did you attempt to find a safe place to store?
I did. It took me probably a week to find somewhere to put all of the stuff.
I think you tell the jury where you tried to locate it.
I went through everything I could think of. I initially went to the sheriff's department. The sheriff said he didn't have enough room to store all the stuff. My next stop was at the Chancery building. I went to the Chancery clerk's office to find out. I knew they had a safe there, a vault. Mm-hmm. So I went up there to see if I could move the stuff in there. They didn't have enough room for it and really didn't want all the stuff in there. I represent, my law firm also represents the Board of Supervisors, and I knew that the county had recently gotten the National Guard Armory back from the Mississippi National Guard. So that was my next thought. I contacted the sheriff, asking if we could use that vault. We had to track down the combination to get into the vault. Once we did that, we went and looked at it, decided I guess I was the only one that went up there. So I went and looked at it, decided it was big enough to hold most everything that needed to be moved. And then I believe it was on the 13th, the following week, when I went back and did an additional inventory. There was enough, I guess, contention about who's taking what out of the house that I didn't feel comfortable leaving everything there anymore. So I had my boys with me. We loaded up one of the enclosed trailers. We loaded my truck. We loaded, seems like that may have been the night we loaded stuff into Kirby's truck and took all of that to the armory.
All right, so all this is later on, I believe you put some stuff at your office?
Yes, that was a month or two down the road.
All right,
yes.
Down the road. But so at this point, everything that's been inventoried, and I'm assuming writing this down, Absolutely. Is at the armory?
Everything that I took out of the house went to the armory. I didn't take everything that we were inventorying. And the reason for that was there were 3 gun safes there. I didn't see a reason to move the stuff out of those gun safes. I didn't think anybody was going to come in and take the safes out of the room. Mm-hmm. I had a deputy there with me, and we changed the code with Caitlin's help. We changed the code on the safes. She had already changed them. At some point after Kirby's death, Caitlin had changed the codes on the safe so that nobody could get in them. She opened the safes for me, and at that point, we again changed the codes. The only person, I had the code to it, and the investigator that went out there with me had the code to it.
Who's that?
Josh Bateman.
Okay.
But did Caitlin have the code still?
The stuff at the armory, so you've got stuff in the safe, and then you pull the trailer in there.
That's right. I pulled the stuff in, I pulled the trailer in, pulled Kirby's truck in, and we unloaded everything out of the trailer, put it in the vault, locked the vault so that everything was secure.
And at some point, the armory was broken into, is that right?
That's right. I believe that would have been sometime late January.
Of 23?
That's correct.
No, I'm sorry, 24.
No, it would have been 23.
Okay.
Yeah, the estate was open.
And then the place that they put all the stuff got broken into? What in the world?
In December of 22. I believe it was late
I
January.
think that was the dad.
3. All right. Chris McCall.
Do what?
Didn't he was going to get it for grand larceny?
Oh, okay. I see.
And that's what he bought that house with.
Street
I don't know.
they
I'll
were
have to look into it.
in the truck, wanted to know where the truck was. When we took that stuff up there, I intentionally did not tell anyone where it was. Me and my 2 boys were the only people that, and my law partner, were the only people that knew where this stuff was.
And the sheriff?
And the sheriff. My understanding from the sheriff was nobody in his office knew where it was either.
Okay. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in it?
That's correct.
All right. And I don't believe anybody was ever apprehended for that break-in?
No.
Was anything taken?
No. When they broke into the armory, they cut the power coming into it. They pried the back door open. They beat on every window of Kirby's truck. You could see the marks from a crowbar on every, or a hammer or something, where they used to beat on the door or the windows to the truck. They tried to pry a couple of the doors open, and finally were successful in breaking one of the windows.
But they didn't take anything?
There was nothing in there.
Nothing.
I had taken all of the guns and all of the stuff out of the truck and put it in the vault.
All right. And I believe, and you may not know this, but being county prosecutor, that armory's been broken into before, hasn't it?
I think it has.
I recall it too.
There's just not much up there. It kind of sits up there by itself.
Right. All right. So then you start putting stuff into your office. Is that right?
So I don't recall exactly when it was. I believe it was sometime around March. The landlord for the Gold and Silver store, Kirby had rented that building. The landlord was ready to do something with it.
The stuff inside the store?
That's correct. He was ready to do something with his store, so we had to get the stuff out. By that time, we had employed an auction company, or were trying to employ them. We were working with the auction company.
And why'd you tell the jury why you do that?
Something has to be done with all the stuff of the estate. The kids obviously can't wait until they're 21 years old to deal with the property. We can't store it for that period of time, so we were going to have to sell the stuff.
So Towns at that point is 4, 5?
I believe Towns was 5 or 6.
Okay, and then
Enola was a baby. She was several months old.
So you sell it, you take the money and stick it in a guardianship account of some sort?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Right.
So we had enlisted the help of the auction company. So I met Maddie Jane and the folks from the auction company over at the Gold and Silver store. When we went in, I thought Maddie Jane had already removed all that stuff. When I went in, I saw just, Kirby didn't keep a whole lot of valuable stuff there. The real valuable stuff he kept with him.
On his person?
On his person or in his truck, so that he would come and go. But when I saw some of the stuff that was there, it was pretty valuable stuff. So we took those items back to my office. That was late one afternoon. I had to be out of town the next day.
Was this you and your boys took it?
No, it was, my boys were not involved then. They were probably in school. They were 15, 16 at the time. Okay. So it would have been me, Maddie Jane, and the folks from the auction company. I don't remember if Casey was there. She was there for a whole lot of meetings. She was involved pretty heavily in all that stuff. Okay. Trying to help them up.
Right.
We moved. It wasn't a ton of stuff. It was one trip with 4 or 5 of us taking stuff back to my office. We put it in my conference room so that we could inventory it.
Okay.
And then I was going to take it to the armory and lock it up in the vault.
Even though these items haven't been inventoried yet, you have a general recollection of what was there?
Yeah, there were, one thing I remember that just sticks out. Kirby had a picture on the wall that was a sheet of, I believe it was dollar bills or $2 bills that were uncut. So it's like just a sheet from the mint that was up on the wall. I made sure that came out. There were some coins, just random silver coins that were in there. That was really about it of any value. I don't know exactly what it was, but
if it had been something really valuable, you think you'd remember it?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, so the only people that knew about this were you, Maddie Jane as the administrator, or administratrix, possibly Casey and the auction company.
That's right. And I guess obviously the people that work in my office would have seen that as well.
And at some point, your office was broken into, is that right?
That night.
That night?
Yeah, I left town. I believe it was that night I left town to go. I had the meeting early the next morning. Got up the next morning. Our meeting started fairly early, 7:30 or 8 o'clock. And I get a phone call from my paralegal that when she got to the office, the back door was jarred open.
All right. And when you got back to evaluate what had been taken, what had been taken?
They took almost everything that was in that pile of stuff that we had brought back from the store. They took a pistol out of my drawer, out of my desk drawer.
Mm-hmm. Your pistol? My pistol,
Yes, absolutely, it was mine. But my pistol, we have an accountant that shares office space with us. They had broken into his office, gone through his desk. To the best of my knowledge, they didn't take anything. They took a fireproof safe that my law partner keeps in his office, or used to keep in his office, doesn't anymore. He had a fireproof safe that just had deeds and paperwork, that type of stuff in it.
So it was just a grab and go?
That's right. Well, they were there for some time because they went through everybody's desk. I found it odd, actually. I had a silver coin in my desk drawer that they didn't get. I don't know why.
And I don't believe anybody's ever been apprehended.
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Right. And again, only 4 or 5 people knew that the estate stuff was there.
That's right.
But they didn't just hit the estate stuff, they hit your partner.
Yeah, they went through every desk in my office.
Okay. And do you have an idea of, you hadn't inventoried the stuff from the estate in your office at that point?
No, I had not had time to do it.
So you don't know how much everything was worth, but would you think it was worth a lot of money?
No, I would guesstimate it being $3,000 or $4,000.
Okay. And in the grand scheme of things in Kirby's estate, is that a great deal of money?
No.
All right. So you turned the inventory over to the auction company. I assume they finished the inventory of what was found.
They did, yeah. I did the inventory for, I tried to go through it with my office staff, with the help of my office staff. We tried to do the inventory for, 3 or 4 weeks maybe. And once we realized there was the volume of stuff that was there and we were going to have the auction anyway, I discussed it with Maddie Jane and we decided the best, I believe Caitlin was actually involved in that conversation. We discussed it and all agreed that we would let the auction company do the inventory.
All right, and they conduct the finished inventory, conduct the sale, they take a percentage as their fee, is that right?
That's right.
So that's essentially being paid by the estate.
That's right, yeah. There was no point in the estate paying me to do an inventory and then turning around and paying the auction company to do the same thing. Because they were going to have to take each item, they were going to have to, figure out what it was and how to market it.
All right, and the auction company provided you a final inventory of, let me back up. The administrator has to make an accounting, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
All right, and to make that accounting, she has to have the inventory, and which would also list the sales proceeds that were generated from the sales of the items.
That's correct, yes.
All right. So, do you have an idea, can you tell the jury what the total value of Kirby's estate of the stuff that was found to be? Including the land.
I will pause there. I am still learning. And so I just gifted my first 5 memberships on the channel. I've never done this before. So they went to Cornbread, Kara Segrin, which I know Kara's a regular, Kate 2, Kate Coco 6, and Alley Cat, I recognize that name, and Holly Weinberg, I recognize that name too. So those are the 5. So congratulations, guys. I'm learning.
The stuff that was auctioned, I believe, was about $1.5 million.
All right. And there's still stuff that's unsold?
There is. There's still a house and 120 acres. There is another gun safe full of gold coins, a couple of guns, and some other, I guess, more personal items that Caitlin and Whitney wanted to set aside for the children.
All right. And being familiar with Kirby for 12 years, knowing his business, did the estate, as inventoried by you and the auction company contain much cash?
No, there was very little cash. He had $2,800 in his pocket, and I don't remember much cash at all being in those safes.
All right. What about gold?
No, there was very little gold. There was a few small gold pieces, but it was odd to me how little gold and cash there was.
I was going to ask you, were you surprised by this? Being familiar with this business?
Yeah, I was very surprised by that, considering what he did.
And at this point in his life, he was 36 years old. Was he winding down his gold, silver, and coin business?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
I wouldn't. I'd still be young.
Bart, were there many creditor's claims? Tell Joe what a creditor's claim is.
So when you file an estate, the first thing you have to do is you have to publish for creditors, is what we call it. You have to literally publish a notice in the paper saying, if this person owes you money, file a claim with the Chancery Court. We did that very soon after we opened the estate. That's just the normal practice of it. There were a handful of claims filed. The People's Bank, I remember, filed a claim because he still owed money on the house he lived in. There was a claim from, I can't remember the gentleman's name. He had bought 120 acres from this guy. The guy financed a portion of it for Kirby. That man filed a claim against the estate. The guy that he was renting the gold and silver store from filed a claim for the unpaid rent.
Okay.
There were, like I said, there were several months after Kirby died that we didn't go get the stuff out.
And as far as bank claims, that's just, they do that to protect themselves, is it not?
Yeah, they file the claim so that they can get paid. That's the only way their note gets paid. If there's assets there, they get paid. If they had a lien on the house and we wouldn't have had enough money, they would have been able to get the house.
Yeah, were all these liens satisfied to your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, everything was satisfied.
And also the estate itself filed suit, I believe, against Ray Palmer.
It was against Ray Palmer and several others.
All right. And tell the jury what that had to, what was the underlying debt there?
So Kirby had owned a liquor store in Boonville and sold that liquor store to, I would call it Mr. Palmer Group. There were, I don't remember how many partners in that there were. There was Mr. Palmer, I believe his mother owned an LLC that was part of that deal. There was some attorney from down in South Mississippi somewhere and another gentleman that I don't recall. When I found out that those notes were still outstanding, I reached out to Mr. Palmer first, just because he was the one that was local. He was the one that was actually running the business. When I reached out to him, he told me that they didn't have enough assets to pay the note. At that point, the estate hired Chandler Rogers to file suit.
All right, and it was filed?
It was filed.
And are you familiar with the financing in place for that liquor store? In other words, was Kirby the only creditor?
He was not. When Kirby sold that liquor store, I believe that group paid him a little bit of money in cash. I believe it was Merchants and Farmers or some bank out of Boonville financed a big portion of it for the Palmer Group. So Kirby was able to receive that money, but there was still, I think there were two notes for roughly $100,000 each to cover the remaining purchase price.
All right.
That Kirby financed for that group.
Right. So you spoke with Mr. Ray Palmer?
I did.
And how did those conversations go? Were they contentious, threatening, anything like that?
Absolutely not. No, Palmer was as nice as he could be about it. He was just very matter of fact. The business isn't doing well enough to pay the claims.
Mm-hmm. Were you aware of any contentious conversations between Kirby and Ray Palmer?
No, sir.
Okay, am I hearing things or is there kids in the hallway or something? What in the world?
Tell the witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, 448. How long you expect?
Okay, they're passing the witness.
That'll be perfect. Come on.
I can't reach that high.
Unfortunately, not that.
That's probably good. How you doing, Bart?
Doing well.
Good to see you.
what
Yes,
it
sir.
sounded like.
I just want to know about the Ray Palmer litigation. You hired Chandler Rogers to pursue that litigation for the estate. Am I right?
That's correct. The estate hired him.
The estate hired him. That's what I'm talking about. And what's the status of that litigation?
I'm not sure. I think it's kind of stale right now, quite frankly, but you would have to ask Chandler about that.
Okay, I'm intending to. All right. I'm intending to. All right. Do you happen to know how to find Ray Palmer?
I'm sure I've got a phone number for him somewhere in the file, but no, I don't personally know how to find him.
I'm more interested in an address.
No, sir. I don't know that I have an address for him.
Has he been served with the civil suit?
Yes, sir. This civil suit was filed probably 2 years ago.
And it's still pending?
Yes, sir.
Do you know, in fact, that he has been served? Do you know that? There's been no default taken against him, I take it.
No, sir. I believe all the defendants but one were served.
Okay.
There was one of the defendants that was not served. If I remember correctly, one of the defendants has passed away. One of the defendants has filed bankruptcy. So there's still 2, maybe 3 defendants left.
And they're also in their individual capacities, I take it.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. I know you told me once on the phone that you were intending to travel this week, and I take it that's still on, right?
Good Lord willing.
Well, I hope to kill some ducks, okay? I want to ask a favor of you.
Y'all, we're having a conversation about ducks. Conversation about ducks while we're in the middle of court. Excuse me, we are in a proceeding here. What is wrong?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. I know you told me once on the phone that you were intending to travel this week, and I take it that's still on, right?
Good Lord willing.
Well, I hope to kill some ducks, okay? I want to ask a favor of you. When you get to your office, would you check your file and see if you could give me a Ray Palmer address?
Yes, sir.
Could you do that today?
I guess, yes, sir.
I'm asking you to, one lawyer to another, and friends. Would you do that?
I will try to run by there and check it out.
And I should be in your system in terms of email. You should have my email, I would hope.
Oh my God.
I believe so.
Okay. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Are you ready?
No, you don't.
All right, Mr. Member, will be finally excused.
I don't know, we should have him hang out for about a week, I think. He skipped the trip. No, he can be released now.
All right, so you may be finally excused, Mr. Adams. It looked like a good stopping place to me, anyway. I always notice about the legal profession, you always find a place to stop right at lunchtime and right at 5 o'clock anyway. So, remember the course instructions, the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case with you, don't form or express any opinions about the case, don't investigate the case anyway.
I love you.
Stay away from any news broadcast about this, stay away from any social media posts or watch anything on TV. I know there's some cameras going here, I don't know exactly where they are, but if there's live streaming or what, just stay away from it. Y'all know how to do it. Y'all know more about that than I do. So,
or ducks.
See y'all back in the court in the 9 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I knew this case was going to be interesting.
The good old boys club. I mean, this is Murdaugh 2.0 with good old boys. I'm telling you. They're talking about duck, sir. From attorney to attorney, we're friends. So, when you go to your office after work today and get that address.
Fetch me that address.
You have my email. You know what? Just text it to me. Is what I was waiting for him to say.
But he said he didn't have an address. He said he might have a phone number.
Right. So, what is he gonna do? Call him up. Hey, Ray, you want to give me your address? Because we want to serve you. We need more information.
Yeah, because you've only been avoiding us for 2 years.
And Ray's going to say, sure, buddy, here's my address. Come get me, no problem.
From lawyer to lawyer.
This is crazy. Well, I had fun with you today. I appreciate you coming up with me. Somebody to share it with me. I enjoyed this. We will be back same time, same place tomorrow.
Do you want me to come back tomorrow?
Sure,
Yeah.
If you want, that's up to you. If you enjoyed it and you're okay sitting there hanging with me, I'm cool. You want to run this trial with me?
I need to do something other than lay in bed.
There you go. And that was my reason too when I started this channel,
Yep.
because I was doing nothing with my life and I enjoy being here.
Yep,
So
I enjoy it.
with that, I will be back tonight. Later on, it'll probably be like 10:30 or 11.
Oh,
Probably-
yeah, Ronnie won't
yeah,
be.
you'll be out. You'll be out, I'm sure. But it's my mental health stream. Wednesday night, hump day, mental health. Cindy's going to be here, I hope, because she is my right hand on my mental health stream. Cindy,
Yeah, I know.
hello, speak up. You're going to be here, right? Probably about 10:30, 11. She's a light night. She's a night owl like me. So,
Oh, my God, no.
yeah, I love it. I love it. So with that, y'all have a great rest of your night. Remember, you are loved, you are special. And I will look Cindy over there laughing underneath. Look at this shit. She's over here, LOL. She knows. She knows. I'll be calling her in a little bit saying, what we gonna do? So, okay, I will see y'all later tonight. So y'all have a great rest of your night. Till tomorrow.
Have a good night.
Peace.